Hi everyone, welcome to Meydan, the second night of racing out here in Dubai at Meydan. 2 weeks ago it was excellent. It really steps up a notch this evening where we've got 7 races for you, including the Purebred Arabian race group contest that kick things off, and then we get into the thoroughbreds. We're all on the dirt tonight. I'll start at the end because of course you've got a brilliant race with the Nakheel Conditions race, and that has been chosen by Jamie Osborne for Heart of Honour to kick off this exciting campaign. He's up against Galactic Star again. Galactic Star has come out on top in the past, though Heart of Honour was a touch unlucky on that occasion. Good to see Safi Osborne back in the saddle as well. Earlier on, we've got Mestri lining up in the Dubai Creek Mile, looking to win that race back-to-back. He had his season curtailed last January, which was a shame, but excited to see that horse back for Michael Costa, who's got a good few live chances on the night. We've also got the Thunder Snow Handicap, Shepperton Lodge. Hopefully you'll have seen how impressive that horse was 2 weeks ago when absolutely bolting up, and he looks to go back-to-back here. So loads to look forward to this evening. Here's your racecourse commentator, Pat Comerford, with all the details.
Racing returns to Meydan, meeting number 2. We welcome back the Purebred Arabians. More importantly, some of our heavy hitters. Mubeed comes into this race tonight, a Group 2 off the rating of 117. Oh, well, we haven't seen the Royal Blue on dirt for quite some time. They set up a few dirt campaigns, kicking off tonight with Devon Island and National History. Shepperton Lodge was ultra impressive last time to the races. He steps up in grade with an extra 13 rating points to his name as he continues on to bigger and better things. First up tonight for the defending champion Mestri. Can he go back-to-back in the listed Dubai Creek Mile? And Heart of Honour, he comes back to the races, back to a track he's done plenty of great work at. Safi Osborne returns to the saddle here at Meydan, her second ride back from injury. Let's have a look at the schedule for tonight's card. We kick off with a Purebred Arabian Group 2, the Barney Yass. Then on to 2 maidens for the Colts and the Fillies. We head to the Thunder Snow, sponsored by Nakheel, 85 to 105. That's over the 1900 metres. Our feature race, the listed Dubai Creek Mile, is our 5th event on the card. The 6th, the Dubai Islands, over 1400 metres. And we finish off with a conditions race over the mile. 3 do not join us tonight. Targo Margo will have a delayed start to his UAE campaign for Jamie Osborne, and 2 runners for Bupat Seema are withdrawn from the last, number 5 Dubai and the 6 in Grey Boss.
Hello everyone, we're just alongside the paddock as we build up to live racing this evening. 7 races for Pat Comerford and I to preview and hopefully find you some winners along the way. We didn't quite manage, well, many of those on Dubai World Cup night because it was very difficult, but what a brilliant night's racing it was, and tickets for this year have gone on sale. Well, for this season, for next year have gone on sale now. We had the likes of Romantic Warrior, we had Forever Young there, subsequent Breeders' Cup winner last season, and looking forward to an all-star cast lining up again. You can get your tickets now, DubaiRacingClub.com. Be there for just about the best night's racing anywhere in the world. It was brilliant in 2025, and it's going to be even better in 2026, which is the 30th anniversary, of course. Pat, how are you?
Yeah, good, Tom. Good to have you back in Dubai. It's still very much, you know, a bit balmy here in Dubai. It's getting cooler and cooler as we get further into the carnival, but listed racing back on the card tonight for the thoroughbreds. Our first real big race, and the Dubai Creek Mile is always that one that really sort of lets people know that the Meydan Carnival's well and truly underway.
Yeah, Barmy reminds me of Barmy Army, who will of course be very happy at the moment given Australia's terrible batting performance so far. Right, we kick on to the Bani Yas. That'll be my last reference to the cricket, I promise, because I know how dangerous it is to reference the cricket because it can swing back pretty quickly.
Exactly. I thought at 11 o'clock this morning, I thought, here we go, I've got some ammo here.
Yeah.
And it wasn't to be.
Doesn't half swing back quick, which is incidentally what a few of the Australian batsmen found late on. Right, race number 1, we kick off with the Bani Yas then. We've got Mubid in there all the way through to number 8, which is Mahir, and then we've got a second page as well. A lot of this is going to be about what Mubid and AF Al-Ajaj do. And we go right the way through to Namrud, number 13 in there. Let's have a look then at the Al Maktoum Challenge round 1, which was dominated by Mubid from AF Al-Ajaj and Mahir back in 9th. I don't know if it was a surprise as such. It was the sort of manner of the victory, which I think made people go, ooh, serious horse.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been a horse that maintains that sort of consistent level of good, and when you've got hotly run contests as we saw here, obviously AF Al-Ajaj set up a very, very nice tempo during the race. It is runners like Mubid who just are able to absorb that pressure, and it was a big win. We've seen him so versatile over recent seasons, and that's why he's been able to establish himself a rating of 117. He comes into this event here as the clear horse to beat in the race. Whether or not he's fit enough for tonight's target, whether or not the Bani Yas is a race they're going to have him ready to go for, I don't know.
Do you think he'll confirm form with Al-Ajaj or not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think both of these horses run genuine races wherever they go. I just think that early in this campaign, is there a horse at a lower rating who gets their chance to sort of pick up a Group 2 early in the season? I think there is. I really do. Look, I mean, if Altiba had drawn a gate, I would have been very much in his camp as well. He would have been in my numbers. He just missed. AAR X-Burn trialled in 105 and change here at Meydan over the 1,000 metres. I think he's fit enough to run a good race here tonight. So I would have AAR X-Burn as my second selection. I did go RB Moneymaker with the fresh legs here. The wide draw costly. I thought.
Let's have a look at the horse at our lane. Go on.
I thought the 3 and the 5 here were probably the 2 horses that were the biggest chances in the race. I understand Mubid and Al-Ajaj are great horses, but this is the run at a lane. The outside half of the track was far better than the outside half than the inside half, the far side. He was in that the entire way down the straight. He was just exposed late, got in front. Al-Thati comes back, kicks back and wins. If RB Moneymaker was in gates 4 to 7, I would have had him as a clear on top selection. I've still got him on top, but 13's going to make it hard. I think he makes all the running. I think he's going to try and lead. I think from the gate he has to, but I think it's between him and AAR X-Burn. I think he's the X-Factor horse here in the race. Al-Ajaj, Mubid, bigger targets down the track than a Group 2 this early in the season. So 3 and 5 here, I found it very tough to split them, but I went the 3 just on top with the run under the belt.
Okay, I found Mubid pretty tough to oppose, personally. We move on to race number 2. This is a Palm Jebel Ali maiden for fillies, and I think it's interesting this with the level of form that comes over from the UK. I know there's not a huge amount of it. But I thought what Star Mirage did in Behind Dancing Flower, is now rated mid-80s, really put this Daughter of Street Sense on top. I thought she'd probably prove too good here. She could have raced a little bit closer if she wanted, and I thought she finished off her race really well. I know the winner subsequently blew out up in class, but I think she's pretty good, and I think the second is as well, and I thought this level of form might just be a bit too good.
I think, deserved favourite in the race. Deserves plenty of respect here. My question is Meydan Dirt first time. I don't see it. I don't have the exact stats for you, but for horses who are raced, who come across to Meydan and run on the dirt for the first time, the stats are horrible. Like for horses who need to handle this track for the first time, especially juveniles, that is minusing horses on debut, of course. But this horse has had a start, will contribute to those statistics. It's definitely less than 10%, that's for sure, even with drawn gates. I mean, only the really good horses come here and win on the dirt, you know,
Parts
first
of
time
honour
around the
and,
thing.
yeah,
So
I think there were a few who did it a bit better last year, but I take the point.
So the question mark I had is, you know, will the Kempton form come across and will the horse handle the dirt here?
I quite like
Rolls
she's
Fillies?
drawn 6.
Yep, she has, and that's
and
I think,
not sort of 1 or 2.
yeah. So she's got obviously able to get out. I focused on 2 horses here. Char Reed for Julio Olajuara, who has had a trial here. Times were good enough, and has seen the track. Hasn't seen the track, but is a horse who trialled up in very good time up the hill at Jebel Ali. So I'm sticking with the trial form here. I think these 2 horses have been prepped here. This horse has only just recently arrived, so I'm very interested to see. I couldn't justify the quote, is what I'm saying. Star Mirage, deserved favourite, but very, very short on the international market. I thought there was more value with the 8 and the 7. I did go with the 8 who sits about 7 to 1 at the moment. I think that's a nice enough price, especially with 8 runners and the fact that you're getting an each-way quote as well.
And I sense that then Pat will be looking away from Devon Island in the next, which is race number 3, given that switching to the Meydan dirt off the back of a run in the UK. Race number 3 is over 1,600 metres for the boys. And again, an interesting little race. 2 in there for Charlie Apple, which is definitely interesting, including number 3 and number 8. And then we also have another few runners in there, one with experience in the form of State Glory. And we can have a look at Kempton again, with Devon Island finishing second to a good horse. This was Item winning the race, who was actually due to run in the Racing Post Trophy, Group 1 at the back end of last season, but taken out on account of the ground. Subsequent winner as well. Look, again, I like the fact the horse is drawn wide. I think he can be kept out of trouble. And, you know, this horse should easily be 90 plus with improvement to come. So, I think he should prove too good. But I'm concerned, first start on the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's given these horses a look. I think that's the benefit that these runners have over Star Mirage in the second race, is that they did go around and have had a look at the track, and they were not by any means let off in any stage. They were given very, very easy runs in their 1,000-metre trial. I have opposed Devon Island, though. I did have it in the numbers, but not ahead of Naeem and State Glory. I think that Union Security form from the first meeting is slick. I think it's probably the best form for juveniles that we'll have for quite some time. That Union Security is going to go on and he'll win a few races here, I'm sure. So
I think Naeem will be much better suited to a mile.
I think State Glory is going to appreciate the further ground than Naeem. Naeem's going to need more ground for sure, but Naeem seemed to be getting to the end of its run at the back end of the race, whereas State Glory showed a lot more maturity, I'd say, during the run. Back along the fence, chewed a fair bit of dirt early, which is obviously good because the horse ran through it. Popped off the fence and was able to make a good run at them. Just levelled out at the 300 when obviously the fitness came into play. But I think with a more genuine run race, we'll see State Glory finding a little bit more here. And look, I'm hoping the run has done the horse well, and we can see State Glory running. Again, it's a pure thing on price as well. Devon Island, the Godolphin Blue cap, that's gonna draw the price in as well, along with the form. You're getting each way odds overseas about Naeem and State Glory. I think there's some value there. State Glory 7 to 1 again. I think, you know, a little bit missed by the price. So I'm with State Glory here as a bit of a value play. I've
gone very straight back, whereas you're having a few wafts outside off.
I think with these juvenile races you can, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, you know, there's so many variables in play that you know, there's a couple of horses here that I think with the experience at hand may have a slight upper hand.
Very Australian. Right, race number 4. We move on to this Thunder Snow Handicap, sponsored by Nikhil. I'm safe because there's no more cricket to go until we go off air, so I'm all right.
I've just got to sit here and cop it.
Literally 60 runs the difference, but I don't care. Take it while I can. Yeah, good race this. You've got the likes of El Arabi and Secret State. Shepperton Lodge, Go Soldier Go. Shepperton Lodge was good last time. There's a second page book review who probably affected the race last time by keeping everyone honest up top. But I was so impressed by the way Shepperton Lodge.
And just gave us no indication last year that this horse was any good.
But not the first horse to improve dramatically for a season out here. But listening to your call was really interesting because obviously the horse was right towards the floor of the market, and you were sort of throughout the race just going, and Shepperton Lodge still back on the rail, got a lot to do from there. And then it was like, bang, oh, he's suddenly in there. Oh my! And then all of a sudden, by the furlong pole, game over. It was phenomenal. You don't see horses do that often on the dirt up the inner.
Yeah, look, I mean, 600 to go, he just. It was that, that age-old term, all dressed up, nowhere to go. He was, he just needed the runs to appear. And the funny thing about it is that he maps to have a very, very similar run in transit here tonight. I've got him 3 back the fence. So he's going to be a horse that's going to have a very similar sort of, I guess, type of run here. Look, his handicapper didn't miss him, and understandably, 13 points here. He's gone from 82 up to 95 for that performance. But look, I said on the preview a couple of days ago, he looks to be potentially, and look, I mean, you're going a little bit early when you go off one run, but it was that impressive that if he's able to back it up tonight and perform the way that he has on a second performance here and blow this field away. I mean, he's got Al Maktoum Challenge written all over him. He's going to get further ground, and he's by Lope de Vega. Like, I mean, the breeding just does not suggest in any way, shape, or form Lope de Vega out of a Duke of Marmalade mare. Like, I mean, he just screams like European soft wet tracks, and he's got.
Lope de Vega is he's versatile synthetics wise, but dirt's a different story.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show that, you can have horses here who, just all of a sudden, as you said, with a season out here, have just gone to new leaps and bounds. And I mean, Masaba Omahiri's a master at being able to get these horses going. So Shepperton Lodge, a clear on top selection for me. I think he's still got rating points in hand going off what we saw last start. If the run appears at the top of the straight and he works through again, I don't think it'll be as clear cut, but I still think he can come back and win by a couple of lengths.
He also has Musaba El Yabri in there, who had a good consistent season last year. I guess my question was 99 now, how much in hand? But he was the one who I thought was most likely danger to Shepperton.
For sure. I mean, Musaba El Mahiri, I think, holds the key here in the race with the runners that he's got. But, look, El Yabri's a stalwart performer. He's going to give him a race. I thought he was definitely on paper the biggest danger. But I'll stay with Shepperton Lodge. I think he's got the confidence is running high with the horse, and hopefully he can go on with it.
Yeah, I agree. For all, El Yabri has got some pretty solid form in the book, and he can go first up as well. But I guess I'm excited by Shepperton Lodge, what he did last time. And sometimes horses struggle to back up on the dirt, but it wasn't as if he had a hard race, but it didn't look like it anyway. So there we are. We move on to race number 5, Dubai Creek Mile. This is a listed race supported by Nakil, and we've got Mestri in there. Mestri, who was very good in this race last year, and then the season curtailed in January. Carib Native Approach, Mazmak, Mendelssohn Bay, Castle Warden Oasis Boy, Desert Wisdom, and then you've got David of Athens as well, who's a fascinating runner. Son of Nyquist, 3-year-old son of Nyquist. James Doyle rides for Hamad El Jahani. Good luck to Hamad with a couple of nice runners this evening. We'll see how they get on. Now, Mestri won the Al Maktoum Mile, sponsored by Emar. That was on the 20th of December, having taken this, and he looked. Last year, he just looked a much better horse, a much more professional horse.
He did, but look, it's a very different run in here. I mean, he had that run, in an 85 to 105 to kick off the campaign last time out. Look, granted, he ran into Imperial Emperor and he got beaten fair and square by a horse who went on to bigger and better things from here. But at the end of the day, I mean, he did then come into this second up and hold out Walk of Stars. Look, I think Mestri comes into this first up. I'm not sure whether or not the differing of plans is going to be too much of a variable for him, as long as he's fit enough. But that form jumps off the page when you see that he beat Walk of Stars. But at the end of the day, Walk of Stars was also a horse that the penny hadn't dropped with him there yet, because they were still riding him off the pace. He'd still get in front, looking like he was going to go past and win by 5 lengths, and then he just wouldn't go past. He just would let the horse kick back to his inside and win. It wasn't until the next start they led with him they realised that that was the way to ride him. But I still think there's great form around him here, and I wouldn't be shocked to see Mestri come out here and win. I've got him on top. I think he's the defending champion. They've had him fit in this time around before, and he's won the race previously. That's going to hold him in good stead. And I think it was a tougher field last year in the Dubai Creek Mile than what he faces here.
He's up against the likes of Oasis Boy, Mendelssohn Bay, Castle Warden, who was 2nd, 3rd and 7th in the Berge Nahar, which was a race that I came away feeling a bit surprised by. The winner was a real revelation on the night.
He was. Look, I think that Castle Warden could potentially be the interesting element to the field here, just because he draws to his inside and he's a horse that can naturally show a fair bit of pace.
I supported him on this occasion, but
yeah,
he ran out of steam.
He did. He ran out of steam, but he was also wide and didn't have that chance to find the top as we expected him to do. He was sort of up in the mix, but off the rail. So, look, I mean, Castle Warden, I think if he finds the top, he's going to be that horse that Mestri has to sits to Mestri's inside. Remember, Mestri last year led this race, but found the lead quite easily and was able to hold off Walk of Stars riding the fence. He may not find the top here, or if he does find the top, he's going to have to work pretty hard to get there, because Castle Warden's going to work to try and keep him off that spot. Race
number 6 is a handicap over 1400. We'll confirm our selections at the end of the preview. And this is Dubai Islands handicap over 1400 metres, and we've got the 8 in there right the way through the Smart System Power Mode on top. Good for you to look at here. We will start with Ramey, who lines up off the back of a good season last year and a good reappearance run behind Dark Saffron as well. And I thought stepping back up to 1400 made this horse the most likely winner this evening.
Yeah, I thought he was the nap. I've definitely made him the clear on top for the card. I just like you can see him here when, look, and arguably Dark Saffron did get a little tired, started to labour and was switched off, but he hit a bit of a flat spot, did Ramey, and then he was able to pick up once again and really hit the line well. I think screaming for 1400 metres, as I mentioned, Win was a 1400 metre specialist, so that sits, the breeding suggests that this trip is going to be ideal for him, and with the run under the belt, he's going to have the edge over horses like Power Mode and Go Chrome Go, who are coming into this first up. I think to get within 4.5 lengths of a horse that you were supposed to be getting 11.5 kilograms weight relief from is as good of a first up, challenge as you'll get. So he's going to be very fit for this, and I think it's very hard to look around him in this race.
Yeah, agreed. I did like Kanjar, who I had second in. Kanjar, who lines up under Richard Mullen for Musab Al-Meheri, who's got some pretty solid course and distance form in the book.
He does. Look, I mean, he's gone 3 lengths off Marban last start in a Group 3 at the back end of the season, so that's good form. I think we're going to see a better performance here from Go Chrome Go, another horse that we have seen have a season here now. His trial at Meydan a couple of weeks ago was a breath of fresh air, I'd say, not only for people who have been following him, but also a horse who has probably come here with a fair bit of respect that he was going to be, a big challenger, and the penny probably just didn't drop with him there in his first couple of starts. So I think he's another one that's got to be given a fair bit of respect here, Go Chrome Go. But I think it's very much with the top 4. Okay. But Ramey are clear on top here.
You've also got Smart System and Arigatu Gozamasu, who ran 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. She's just, I don't know, she's never really hit the heights, has she, Arigatu Gozamasu? Smart System ran with credit and drops back in distance.
Yeah, look, Arigatu Gozamasu is going to be better as she gets out and fitter, because she punctured badly last time out to the races, and as you can see there, she's already pulling up with 200 metres left to go. So hopefully an improved run here. If she's able to find the top, she'll be fitter for the run. Smart System, I mean, we saw him go on a bit of a heater and pick up a couple of wins off the bat, back to back. So I'd like to see Smart System run a good race here. This is a tougher company than what he'll face down the track. He's starting against some tougher horses, and then I think if he runs an okay race and sticks around to that same mark, he'll go down a couple of classes, carry more weight than he carries here tonight, and he'll be winning off a higher weight in a much easier field. So
Ramey?
I just can't go around. I can't go and figure out anything here that's got remotely as good a form as that performance visually last start. So yeah, clear on topper, nap for the night, and I don't see it getting beat.
Good. We are 6 down pretty quickly, which is incidentally what Australia were shortly after the tea break. One more race to go. This is the Nikhil Stakes over 1,600 metres. And really interesting that we have Galactic Star and Heart of Honour lining up here. It's great fun. 2 out of it though. You don't have Grey Boss or Dubai, which is interesting because, you know, Bupat had a bit of a stranglehold on numbers in the race. Not so much now, but let's have a look at Galactic Star and Heart of Honour beating Nimble Boy and Galactic Star beating Heart of Honour. Now, it could have been very different with an out. I think fewer runners will help Heart of Honour tonight, Pat.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the gelding procedure is also going to have him, I guess, a lot more switched on than what we saw in certain parts of the preparation last time out. Galactic Star is going to be in front here. I think Heart of Honour will be a few lengths off. Whether or not we see him just really knuckle down to the task a little bit more than we did here on a couple of occasions, just, you know, showing very colty tendencies through his racing on multiple occasions. So look, I'd like to see Heart of Honour.
Talk about Heart of Honour.
Heart of Honour, yeah.
Well, he should. He's had 2 things removed, which should just help.
Exactly right.
Like, and I wonder whether that makes him race better or not. I don't know, but I think it was probably a sensible decision.
I think he'll race a lot better for them. But again, it's still a fitness thing. And I'm looking at the international market and I'm looking at the price of Heart of Honour. I have got him nowhere near as short as they've got him there. I've got him as a top selection.
But do you think Galactic Star will be ripped and ready to go?
No, I don't think so. But at the end of the day, I think they're probably neck and neck here in regards to where they're going to be fitness-wise. And I'd like to be Galactic Star 3 lengths in front at the top of the straight, not worrying about Heart of Honour at 2's on to be having to reel them in.
He's £10 better.
Yeah,
he's a £10 better horse.
I know, but at the end of the day, I'm not willing to steer people into anything in this race confidently in the last. I think Galactic Star could go hard and puncture up in front. Whether or not that leads to see Heart of Honour fly home and win, or does Heart of Honour not show up, and does a horse like Flammer Sunshine or Dar Miss, who is one of the very rare colts you see in Michael Costa's yard. Everything gelded in that yard, and he's still a colt.
Do you think Galactic Star will lead?
I think Galactic Star will be contributing to the speed here in the race for sure. Look, whether or not they pull the trigger and go
Nimble Boy
super hard, Nimble Boy could go forward as well. I mean, it's not a very, very easy race to decipher here tactically, because if something goes really, really hard, a horse like Dar Miss, who I didn't really make a case for, who needs more ground than a mile, just comes right into the race because it'll be plodding along to win, you know. So
I agree. It's not if anyone's out there really confidently going that one, then I don't know how. But I'm with you. I'm Heart of Honour on top because he's the most likely, most obvious winner, and should.
He is the most likely winner here. He's a clear on topper for me. But if you told me that you'd be at the end of the night, people overseas haven't had a good night, and you're telling me that it's a good idea to be tucking into Heart of Honour at 2's on? No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. But he goes on top.
Selections for Pat, first of all. Here are your 7, Pat.
Yeah, so kicking off the first here with RB Moneymaker. If he jumps cleanly, he will giving a sight from the front, I'd say. Off the inside draw in the second race for the fillies. State Glory's going to appreciate more ground in the third. I think Abu Bakar Kadora can win the fourth as well with Shepherd and Lodge. He's a confident top tip. Mestri in the feature. Rame is my nap, and Heart of Honour, very short, but should be getting the job done in the last, you'd think.
I agree with the last 4 of those, but have gone a bit more obvious at the top with Mabid, Star Mirage, Devon Island, Shepperton Lodge, Mestri in the mile, Ramay and Heart of Honour in the last. Thanks, Pat. You're going to hot-foot it up to the commentary box shortly.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, looking forward to it, and I think we'll see how day 2 fares in the test, and I might. Well, unfortunately, I won't be able to slag you or preview.
You can text
tomorrow.
me.
It'll be all done on text.
And actually, there's obviously the next time I'm out, which is in 2 weeks' time, is the next test, which is the day-nighter. So I'm going to cop it then if I need.
Just going to head upstairs just to patch up all my little wounds from those little cheek digs throughout. But anyway,
quite right. It's going to roll on throughout the season. Right, we can hear from Jamie Osborne now. Of course, has a few runners tonight, including Heart of Honour. He talks about that horse with Tom Bull and Lightly campaign, and also reflects on his UAE Derby winner, Toast of New York.
Jamie, I wanted to first tap into how much you enjoy this time of year, because we're approaching the sort of autumn-winter season, the Meydan season. I know that you've prepared your cohort to go there. Some are already in Dubai. You really do love it, don't you, this time of year?
Yeah, I used to dread this time of year. I'm not great in the winters. The worst thing about being a jump jockey was that it happened in the winter. And I think when I stopped doing that, I realised that actually short days were not for me.
You like the sun on your back?
I do.
Yeah.
I like the daylight. And so having, in the past dreaded this time of year, thinking, God, we've got to get through a whole long, boring winter. Now, yeah, it's there's an element of excitement about it because of the team that are out there. So I can commute. I'll be pretty much commuting all winter. And maybe spend a little more time out there this year than I have in the past, because our squad is bigger and we will almost certainly have runners every week in Dubai.
It's quite good in a way, because you sort of fashioned a niche sort of outlet for yourself at this time of year, haven't you?
Designed by me, for me. No, well, look, thankfully, I'm not the only person that enjoys it out there and wants to be involved in the racing. Thankfully, clients do as well. And I think once people have tasted it, they want more of it. Initially, years ago, I was trying to persuade people to take their horse out there. They hadn't been, and they didn't really understand it, and they didn't realise quite how good it was and how much fun it is. But now we're always looking for horses to go and do it, because I've got an abundance of clients that would like to do it. But there's no point doing it with the wrong horse. Everybody likes the idea of going out there and thinking, let's have a runner. But runners are actually no fun if they're not going to be competitive. And finding horses to be competitive out there is just not as easy as it sounds.
Yeah, and you talk about having fun, but it's also about having the success, which you have had. Toast of New York, was he one of the horses that sort of lit that torch paper for you?
No, we've been doing carnivals before that in a small way. And I think we had runners in the noughties, winners in the noughties at Rakan, Cliffs of Capri. No, he was probably after Toast. But yeah, we'd had the odd winner out there with 2 or 3 at each carnival. Toast obviously was the first good horse we'd had out there, and he didn't do a carnival. He came via Wolverhampton straight into World Cup night, so it was a bit different. But it certainly was, it gave me a taste for wanting to have a good horse out there. World Cup night is very special. It's an amazing event, and to be there with a horse with a shot, it's a hard thing to do, but when you can do it, it's great fun.
500 metres left to run, and safety check said come and catch me if you can. Around the bend he led by 2 lengths. Toast of New York in second spot. 2 lengths away Asmar. A long break to Emirates Flyer. Long John hasn't got the zip today, but the Toast has. From the Big Apple, Toast of New York has charged to the front under Jamie Spencer and raced away from Asmar. Emirates Flyer third. Giovanni Baldini much too late. Toast of New York in front, and Toast of New York wins the Derby handsomely.
Jamie, your first win on World Cup night, what is this like?
That's my first runner on World Cup night.
Well done, darling. Could you ever expect a performance like this?
No. He was awesome, wasn't he? I don't have many horses, and I certainly don't have many good ones, so it's hard to know how good he was. He's a freak, he's been sent along by chance, and it's just wonderful. Dirt horses have to be brave. They have to dig in. They're never going to get an easy race. There's no such thing as cantering around and, plonking your nose on the line. Whatever happens, you're having a hard race. And I think this time last year with Heart of Honour, we knew he was a nice horse, but it was all going to be down to how he took to the dirt. And, you know, was he hard enough? And he proved he was. And we've a fairly ambitious plan A for him. If that proves to be above him, we've got a plan B. It'll be interesting seeing, you know, what he's like this year going back for the second time.
What is Plan A?
Plan A is a conditions race a week on Friday, then into the Entezar, which is a listed race over 9.5 furlongs, then the Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge, then the Saudi Cup, then the World Cup.
That's an ambitious plan, eh?
That's Route 1.
Do you think he could be up to that level?
I don't know. I think, look, to win a Saudi Cup against Forever Young and those horses, no. He's going to have to step up enormously to challenge them. Could he win an Entezar? Could he be competitive in an Al Maktoum Challenge? Yeah, I think he could. He's a gelding now. He's obviously never run as a gelding. I'm pretty sure that will have improved him.
Mm-hmm. Was he the type that sort of could have done with that at some stage last season?
He was always slightly fruity. He's always slightly on edge, so it'll be interesting to see how he is race day. Sorry about the bird.
Okay.
It'll be interesting to see how he is, how different he is. Is he going to be more relaxed and more focused? Because we were always slightly on edge with him. He's changed shape. He's grown again, and he's just not quite as bulky as you'd expect with a gelding, a bit more angular looking. He's never been a brilliant workhorse until he gets onto the dirt. His stride length increases, his fluency increases, and he goes a lot faster when he gets on dirt than any other surface. So yeah,
which is what you want, I suppose. Yeah.
Which is why he'll probably never run here. Mm-hmm. You know, we'll see how we get on in the winter. It's not impossible. We could have a little mini American campaign with him middle of the summer. He doesn't necessarily have to go out there and run in Grade 1s. You know, there'd be good targets for him just off the top.
I thought he ran really well in the Preakness last.
He did run well in the Preakness, you know, slowly away. It was a bit of a culture shock to him. Realistically, by the time we got to the Belmont, we kind of half knew that the game had gone. He was one run too many, so you couldn't judge him on the Belmont run. But we were there. What are we going to do? So he's had a good long break. So he's a fresh horse now coming into his Meydan season. And yeah, there's every reason to be hopeful.
Tig O'Shea joins me outside the weighing room, ahead of night 2 of racing at Meydan this year. Great to be back, great to see you. How are you feeling as we're still in the very early part of the season?
Yeah, good. It's great to be back at Meydan, obviously our second meet, but we're up in a notch tonight. Some better racing, obviously the Creek Mile and the good 3-year-old conditions race to book in the card. So yeah, it's great to be back at Meydan, back at HQ, and always good racing.
How do you feel about that last race then? Because I think it's the one that's got most people talking, most excited. Obviously, Heart of Honour and Galactic Star going up against each other, and I know there's more in the race, and Bupat's got a few. How do you see that unfolding?
For me, you know, it's probably Heart of Honour's to lose. You know, looking back at his replays and that, he steps slow from the gate, but there's always 14, 16 maximum field. You know, so. He's not going to have traffic problems tonight. I think in the Bastakia, when look, Galactic is a good horse, and he'd only did 4 runs last year. He broke his maiden well at Jebel Ali, and you know ran well in a conditions race here, and obviously won the Bastakia. And but look, Heart of Honour that night, even looking back at the replay, he had a lot of ground to make up at the top of the lane, and he mowed him down to a short head. So look, 6 runners tonight. I think it'll be a lot more straightforward for Safi, as in traffic problems, you know, on the dirt here, and you have a bit of deadwood stopping in front of you, turning in when there's maximum fields. And I said he normally steps slow. He's been gelded. It looks great. I see him here in the track in the morning, so we're under no illusion he's the one to beat.
Where would you like your horse to be pitching in at the business end of the season? What can he achieve this year, all being well?
He's a nice horse. This is probably his best trip, even though he won going 2 turns, and you know, hopefully it'll set up well for him. Bupa, there's a couple in the race there that like to go forward. Galactic is a little bit similar to Heart of Honour. He likes to have something to aim at, but you know, Heart of Honour is probably a stronger stayer than my horse, all being told, even though, as I said, we were in front of him in the Bastakia. But I think if on another night, and maybe if Jamie's horse got out a little bit earlier, would have been a different result.
Earlier on, another good chance would be Naeem. Obviously, there could be a bit of depth to that contest, but your horse would appreciate the extra, 400 metres?
Yeah, he's got a good gait. He ran well first time. Richie rode him. He was happy with him. The winner wasn't very impressive that night. So hopefully he'll step up and improve. It's a nice race. Charlie's unleashing a couple there, and they both have a recent form, and obviously a couple of local trainers as well. And you know, Zabil have 3 nice horses that have all trialled well, and obviously my horse ran well first time. So yeah, it's going to take a bit of winning, but we have a good chance hopefully.
You've got a few others, the likes of Castle Ward and the likes of Remorse. Castle Ward, and he could be one that just benefits having had a whole season under his belt out here, right? Yeah,
100%. He's galloping very well. Obviously, he's well documented. His older brother won a World Cup here, so he's a very good horse.
Poor guy, just has so much pressure lumped on him, even though he doesn't know.
Yeah, he's got an invisible stone every time he runs. But yeah, no, look, we just didn't probably get the clearest runs with him last year, so I think he'll find a better horse this year, and he's training well. Big horse. We have him as fit as we can without having a run, and really looking forward to him. And he's got a good gait there as well, in what looks a good renewal, albeit there's single figure field, but it's a strong race.
And are you out here this season setting your sights on another UAE championship?
I might struggle for a championship. I've got a very good thoroughbred job. I'm riding for Appa Stud this season with the Arabians, and they've got like 20 Arabians, so Sylvester, you'll probably need a gun to stop him. He's riding for His Highness Sheikh Mansour, and he's got 150 Arabians to select from week in, week out. And you know, our calendar here it's pretty much 50-50 thoroughbreds and Arabians. So look, we won't be waving the white flag just yet, but it's I have a big mountain to climb.
Well, wish you all the best, in particular. Good luck tonight. Thanks, Tig.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you.
Purebred Arabians are in the first of the saddling areas, and we're going to start with this horse, who is going to go, but we'll let him walk away from us when he does. Mubid, obvious chance based upon his form last season. Look, it's a starting point this year. Fitness for the Purebred Arabians I always find a little bit harder to assess. I think he looks fine, though. I think he looks really well enough for a first start, given that this horse is rated 117 and clear of the rest, including number 2 behind the grey, AF Al-Ajaj. Saif Al-Balushi takes a ride, rated 114. This horse has form behind Mubid. That came in December last year, but it was a good bit of form, and he's going to be a chief rival. RB Moneymaker is the horse behind, just making his way out. And this horse, as Pat was telling you, has a good bit of form from last year. This is a first start in just 12 days, but wider than he would have ideally wanted. And we'll finish up with number 8 and just make our way out with Mahir. Mahir lines up this bay horse off the back of a couple of runs over 1,000. Sylvester de Souza will ride, but the concern would be the distance, I would have thought, and that his form has come over a little bit shy of this. We'll turn our attention just over towards our left as well, as some of those make their way past us. A couple of greys coming forward, including horse number 9, and that is Burn It Up AA, who comes out of stall number 11. Really don't know what to expect from this horse, but was dominant when winning last time in the States. That was 286 days ago. Could be a nice new recruit, just a 4-year-old, and we know that these horses tend to improve with a little bit of age on their side. And we'll finish up with horse number 11 with the blue headgear just in front of us. That is RB Nash Bash, rated 95, so a little bit to find. Has finished behind Al Fatih and Al Laith the last couple of starts. Decent level of form. And mixes it up trip-wise. Probably, this is about the right sort of distance, I'd have thought, but still a little bit to find with the principals. They make their way away from us down towards the paddock, and Pat Comerford can take you through them from here.
Thank you very much there, Tom. Really excited for this upcoming race. It's great to have group racing back at Meydan, especially for the purebred Arabians. Some nice horses returning here who haven't seen since the Carnival Classic on World Cup night. Good to see Mubid and AF Al-Ajaj leading the charge here. I think the race goes deeper than that. We're looking forward to seeing the likes of Altiba, AARX Burn. What a great trial performance he put in here the other week. And I think the race goes a lot deeper than the 2 up the top of proceedings. It's sure to be a good race to kick off racing. Our Friday night card about to get underway here at Meydan. As we head into the parade here for tonight's racing, we've got the first horse on show for us. That is number 1 in Mubid. Jabba Batar trains Ray Dawson to do the riding for El Reef Stables. He was impressive on World Cup night, 3rd in the Carnival Classic, beaten 7.75 lengths behind first class. Number 2, AF Al-Ajaj. Saif Al-Balushi rides for Ernst Ortel and Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda. The 7-time winner returns here after running 7th behind Al Laith over 1,200 metres on the turf. This is his first run for the campaign on dirt. RB Moneymaker narrowly defeated Alain last time out down the straight. He'll appreciate returning around a corner. Hamad El Marah does the training. Bernardo Pinheiro to ride once again. Narrowly defeated there by Al Fatih, who's got some good form lines around other runners in this race. Gate 13, a little sticky. Another horse who's drawn a tad wide, Altiba. On his day, though, he's a very dangerous horse, and although he steps up into tougher company here, heading up against some seasoned group campaigners, this is the time for him to strike when they're nice and early in their preparations, and fitness may not be at 100% for some of our main hopes. Of the horses who have got form only outside of group company, AARX Burn probably leads the charge of the newcomers. The 4-year-old colt by Burning Sand draws 2 here for Masaba Al-Maheri and Connor Beasley. He'll sit handy, and although he runs against some tough competitors tonight, that trial couldn't go unnoticed a few weeks ago here at Meydan. Horseracing is a dual-listed winner for Ahmed Al Meherbi and Al Romani Racing. Richard Mullen rides the colt by AFL Bahar from a middle alley. Number 7 is Jap Haddad. He's a good horse on his day. We saw him run at Abu Dhabi behind Al Laith, ran third on that occasion. Comes through the same form lines here as AF Al Ajaj, running a little better on that day. But the situation certainly doesn't suit the situation here being dirt as much as others. Predominantly his better results have been here on turf. 8 is Ma here, drawn sticky in 10. Sylvester de Souza rides off the rating of 100 here for Majid Al Jahuri and Yas Racing. He ran at Elaine in the same race as El Fati and RB Moneymaker. He finished midfield. Burn It Up AA is a new inclusion coming across from the United States. Oscar Chavez rides for Khalifa Al Nayedi. Will need to be quick out of the stalls from the wide draw. AB Sakar, although has certainly been a little bit disappointing last season in multiple races, especially when he targeted Group Company for the first time, has done his best work here at Meydan. That should be holding him in good stead for something. And we'll see how AB Sakar goes returning here to the Meydan dirt. Khalifa Al Nayedi also saddles up RB Nash Bash, Amir Al Razbi, to ride this evening. He was in that race there at Elaine behind Al Fati, ran third on that occasion. He was slow out, but made good ground late. Hopefully some fitness from the run. It's a big class jump here for Japa Abaya. He would need to put in a career best performance and some to figure here in this race. The son of AF Makam Alez, Case Al Basaidi to ride for Jebel Ali Palace, their second of their 2 runners. Namrud has faced Group Company in the past without success. Last seen at Meydan here in Group 2 Company last season in behind Jafar. He was beaten 30 lengths. This looks hard and a tough task for meeting number 1 and run number 1 for the campaign. Runners head out here to the tunnel and out onto the course here for the first of 7 races tonight. This one for the purebred Arabians, the Group 2 Barney Yass.
And if you see PHI advertising, you'll know that it's time for the Best Turnout Award. Our thanks to PHI for supporting the Best Turnout Award for another year at Meydan. And this horse, RB Nash Bash, was the last horse we finished up within the pre-parade ring and is the best turned out. Well done to the winning groom, who is Mujibur Rahman. Mujibur we'll see very shortly, and picks up 500 dirham, being presented on behalf of PHI advertising by Rashid Ali Isa. Our thanks to him. And congratulations again to Mujibur Rahman. Well, we've seen this man celebrating a lot at Meydan. That's Arif Khan, the assistant trainer to number 1 Mubid, who must have a good chance here, Arif, but I know it's the start of potentially a long season. How is the horse?
Yeah, he's fit. He's much better than last season. So for the first run of the season, so absolutely he will do good.
Well, why, has that been very much the plan from the team at home, just to start him off very ready to go?
Yeah, but see, I didn't find any distance for this horse, so that's why I put him in the short distance. Yeah, because he learned last time. From short to longer he will go always, but this time we have to try him how he's go. If it is ready, so he go for the big races.
And he's a rising 6-year-old now, so he's going to have most of his season as a 6-year-old, which with these purebred Arabians, that should be a good thing, because they do tend to physically strengthen, mentally sharpen up with a bit of age as well.
See, I plan for him, so the next race is Maktoum Challenge, round 1. So if he do well, so he go Kerala Classic, round 2. And this is, I think, the best local bred in UAE. He did participate in Group 1, and he did his good job.
Well, look, he ran well in the World Cup itself and won some good races on the way last year. Hopefully he has an even better season. Thanks.
Thanks, Sam. Cheers. Lovely.
Well, I thought Mubid was pretty fit looking at him in the pre-parade, and good to see that, or good to hear that Arif thinks exactly the same. He's rated 117. He obviously bumped into a few horses, including Unleashed, Stable Companion last year, and was only beaten 7.75 lengths in the Kahila Classic itself behind First Class. So he's got the best form really out here. It's just a question of exactly where he is for the first start for 230 days. And the same question can be thrown at a few of these. Obviously not AF Al-Hajjaj, who's run at the back end of October, and Moneymaker's had a run recently. But some of those might just strip fitter for a first go for a little while. RX Burn would be one of those as well. Horse number 5, rated 106, but first go for 225 days, this horse. Who will come to Al-Hajjaj. We know a lot about this 8-year-old who found Mubid too good here in December on Festive Friday, but that was a good run. And this horse will come out of stall number 3. I think it'll be interesting where they're positioned in the race. Safe Abelushi may just look to sort of half mark Ray Dawson. They come out of stalls adjacent to each other. And Ray had a really good season with Mubid last year, knows the horse pretty well. And Safe Abelushi on board this horse, Alajaj, normally ridden by Tiger O'Shea, of course. And Tiger is on AB Sakar this time around. RB Moneymaker lines up for Bernardo Pinheiro, who was on board for the race at Alain over 1,000 metres last time. 13 won't have helped. Never really want to be positioned, I think, that wide here. 13 of 13, particularly over the... Well, 1,400, you get a long straight to get yourself into a decent position, but you wouldn't pick it anyway. So the loading process is underway. As we see Bernardo Pinheiro with his feet out the irons on Moneymaker. RX Byrne will come out of 2 under Connor Beasley, doesn't have a huge amount to find. I think it's an interesting renewal of this race, in particular based on Ara's comments that Mubid is where they want him to be. I think he's the one to beat. Pat.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, he's a very exciting horse, and very interested to see where they will situate Mubid in the run here, because he does have all the ability in the world here. The question mark, as we said, is fitness. But stable pretty confident that he's going to be right on the mark here to pick up right where he left off in that beautiful run for 3rd in the Kahela Classic on the 5th of April this year. But he returns to the races here, and he's not without challenges. All eyes will be on RB Moneymaker from wider out. We'll see if he jumps with them. Another big question mark is AARX Byrne. Ran a pretty solid time. 105 and change for the 1,000, and he wasn't asked for too much late in the trial, but got a nice blow there a couple of weeks ago. Japa Bayer's loaded forward with AB Sakar. That'll leave only a couple left, and that is Jap Haddad along with Altiba. And they'll be set to go here for the Group 2 Barney Ass as we welcome Purebred Arabian Racing back to Meydan. Set to go. Ready. And racing. He was a little slow there, Mubid, but musters through now. RB Moneymaker was quickly into stride. Rasasi works forward. RB Moneymaker will find the top here. He's a couple of lengths clear, and he'll slam across to the fence here. From Rasasi in 2nd. 3rd was AF Alajaj. Mubid works through now to 4th. From RB Nashbash, who's caught out wider. Mahir next from Namrud. AARX Byrne the middle. 2.5 lengths back to Jap Haddad. Half a length AB Sakar. A length back to Japa Bayer. From Altiba, who's 2nd to last, and last of all on his UAE debut, Bernard AA. So 800 metres left to go. RB Moneymaker, 13, no issue. He's across to the fence here, a length and a half now, and strides away from Rasasi. Mubid shaken along. AARX Byrne continues his run out deeper. Mubid making ground at a quick rate of knots here. AF Alajaj on the inside, tracks into the race well. A gap to RB Nashbash from Namrud, who works through the middle. It's RB Moneymaker who leads the way. Mubid 1 out, and 3 out is AARX Byrne, who's picking up good ground. Mubid hits the front here. He goes to the rail. He shoots away now and dives clear by 2.5 lengths. AARX Byrne and RB Moneymaker making chase, but class has risen to the top here at the 200-metre mark. Mubid finding plenty here. Mubid coming away here in the Group 2 Barney Yass. AARX Byrne, RB Moneymaker fighting it out for minor placings, and they've gapped it to 4th, but Mubid, welcome back to Meydan. 4 lengths on the line, beats home AARX Byrne, RB Moneymaker, a gap to Alajaj. 5th over Rasasi from Altiba AB Sakar. Next over Mahir from Bernard AARB Nashbash, Japa Bayer, Jap Haddad. Namrud, the last one to greet the judge. Too slick, too fast. Mubid, he was close enough. He had a bit of a shake up there by Ray Dawson at the 500-metre mark, but certainly responded. AARX Byrne looked to really offer a challenge there at the top of the straight, but he has been left for dead, and Mubid comes clear to win incredibly well. And what a return here. He's in for a big season. Number 1, Mubid, your winner.
Here we go. We can take in the closing stages as Arif Khan and I just plotting out the course for this horse off the back of this. He ran a bit like you said he might. The distance over 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres, a bit short, but he clearly didn't lack for fitness at the business end.
Yes, I was thinking that many horses are very fast there. So I thought maybe it's for him it's a short distance. The last season, when I saw him last season, he did first run 6 furlong, second is mile. So he did improve after the first run. So I hope so next race he will do much better than this.
You said he was fit, but I mean, have you really done a lot at home or not really?
No, just easy. Just I know this horse is already fit, so I don't want to push him a lot. Even just I did him just normal work, not that much hard.
So festive Friday, round 1 Al Maktoum Challenge. Next up.
Yep. Next round 1 Maktoum Challenge.
And now that's a mile, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a mile. Yeah.
And then you work back from the Kayla Classic.
I hope so. Round 2 first, we have to important for the round 2. If he do good, he go for the Maktoum Kayla Classic.
Well, that's exciting times for him. Well done, Arif. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Lovely.
Well done to Arif and the team, to Dr. Jabir Bittar and Al Rees Stables. And the team will be delighted with that, because there'd be more pressure coming into this season with this horse, who, comes here with a certain amount of expectation, third in a Kahela. And that was, of course, early in his 5-year-old season or year. He's a rising 6-year-old now, and that is the age where they really tend to mature, these horses. So he's a live candidate for sure. There'll be others to come over and others to run, but he's up there as far as these shores go for definite. So exciting. And Moneymaker ran a great race and just ran out of puff late on, and probably had to do a bit too much too early from 13. Al-Ajaj ran a good race, but they weren't a match for this horse Mubid, who wins here, wins again over a trip short of his best. And that's the ideal start to the campaign for Team Mubid and Ray Dawson, who knows the horse particularly well.
And the unofficial numbers in the Barney Yass, sponsored by Nikhil, 1, 5, 3 and 2. 1, 5, 3 and 2. Mubid, your winner for Jabir Bittar and Ray Dawson. Margins 5 1/4 by a neck winner's time. 1:32.77. 1, 5, 3 and 2. Race 1.
I can hear you. And people can hear me. That's good. Welcome back, everyone. There comes the winner. Well done to Ray Dawson. Al Rees Stables, Jabir Bittar, the first winner of the night, Mubid. Ray, well done. It's a great start to proceedings and pretty comfortable at the line. What were you thinking halfway through?
I was very happy after the first couple of furlongs. My concern was dropping back to the 7 in a competitive race. Obviously having a bit of time off the track, but yeah, he felt great the whole way around. I was very pleased.
Yeah, he showed sort of good early speed to hold that position, and then thought just as the race quickened, I suppose it's over 7 furlongs, isn't it? The leader just got away a touch, but then you seem to be pretty comfortable just nudging him along and picking up the bridle again.
Yeah, he was. As soon as he got a bit of kickback, he just kind of hesitated a little bit, and then when we got out of the kickback, he came very good. A little bit too soon, actually. I kind of would have probably timed my run a little bit later, but look, first run of the season. You know, he had a fantastic year last year, obviously, and he's a horse to look forward to.
And I guess the question is, can he have an even better year this year? He's still a young horse, so it's a good run in the Cahaler last year, and hopefully he can eat better at this time round.
Yeah, I mean, with each run last year, he was learning little by little. Another concern tonight was, with the time off, would he need the run mentally? But in fairness, he was very, very professional, even before the race, after the race. So he's obviously grown up a lot from last year, and he'll be going for the same races. So hopefully we can, win the same races he won last year.
What's a view on the 2-year-old in the next?
I don't know much about it. I spoke to Connor first time out. After Ben Hamish probably has just enough done to run. So yeah, we'll get a feel of her anyway.
Good luck. Cheers, Ray.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the race number 1. The Barney Yass, sponsored by Nikhil. 153 and 2. 153 and 2. Winner's time 132.77. Official margins 4 3/4 by a neck. A Barney Yass correct weight. Your winner, Meydan. Race number 2 on the card is the Palm Jebel Ali Maiden Stakes. We are set to go very shortly. Race time at 6:05 p.m.
It's presentation time for the Group 2 Barney Yass, sponsored by Nikhil. Our thanks to Nikhil for supporting the races this evening. And the Barney Yass went to Nabeed to make the presentation. Please welcome to the stage Sharjil Anwar, the Group Chief Financial Officer of Dubai Holdings. Our thanks to Mr. Anwar for presenting these 3 trophies. First of all, please welcome, collecting on behalf of Al Reef Stables, the winning owners of Nabeed, Brogy Simoni. And now please welcome to the stage the winning trainer, assistant trainer, collecting on behalf of Dr. Jabir Bittar. Please welcome once again Arif Khan. Well done to Arif, exciting season ahead for he and the team at Meydan. Ridden by this man, please welcome winning rider Ray Dawson. Well done to Ray. First winner of the night. Got a decent book as well. And they can all come back together if they can, please. Roji Simone, Arif Khan and Ray Dawson. The award presented by Shajil Anwar. The winner of the Bani Yas, sponsored by Nakhil Mubid. Right, it's faces at the races time, everybody. We're going to find a face and you can win some cold hard cash. Go to Concourse 2 if we pick you out to pick up your reward. But who is the first winning face tonight going to be? Remember, smiles are essential. So you can't win. Nah, thumbs don't do it. We need teeth. We need smiles. Yes, you know how to do it. Well done to you. Often carrying a baby is a surefire route to a win, so well done. Make sure it's your own. Who is going to win tonight's first faces at the races? It's you! You've won! Great smile. All the love to you, madam. Well done. You've won Faces at the Races, Instalment 1. Head to Concourse 2 for your prize.
And welcome back here to the parade. We're not too far away here from race number 2. Let's head into the yard for our first runner. First runner is Sarina Fierce, number 1. And this is one of 2 runners in the race here for trainer Salim bin Gudaya. Case Albacete will ride the 2-year-old filly by Cantharos. And we wish His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum the best of luck here with this debutante who comes into this and, like most of them in the race here, are stepping out for the first time. Seems to be handling it very well. Number 2 here is our next horse, and that is Dialed to Dubai. The 2-year-old filly here by Dialed In is out of an Empire Maker mare for Sheikh Juma bin Dalmuk Al Maktoum, for Ahmed bin Hamish, and Ray Dawson looks for an early double on the card. Number 3 is Labwa, the Charlatan filly, out of a War Chant mare. Another one here for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. And we have Bernardo Pinheiro on board here, drawn a little wide in 7. Number 4 is She's Good. We've seen plenty of progeny by McLean's Music make their way here over the last 6 to 12 months to Dubai. The 2-year-old filly here steps out for her first run for Muhammad Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi. And Sam Hitchcott will do the riding, spotting the black cap here. Number 5 is Star Mirage. It has arrived here and currently sits at a very short quote on the overseas market. A second on debut at Kempton Park to Dancing Flower. Beaten 1.75 lengths on that occasion. Hamad Al-Jahani, his first runner at Meydan for the season. And James Doyle is in town to do the riding here on board the 2-year-old filly by Street Sense. One of the rare horses in the race coming in with race day form. 6 has come out, Targo Margo. 7 is Char Reed. Silvestre de Souza will ride for Julio Olajuara and Sky Racing. The 2-year-old filly by Yaupon is out of a Salt Lake mare. Was impressive enough to the eye in its trial here at Meydan a couple of weeks ago. Looming up wider and claiming the pair in front. First run for Sky Racing for Char Reed looks a winning hope. Number 8 is our final filly to look at. Drawn 1, You Know. The daughter of Rock Your World is out of a Grey Dar mare for Muhammad Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi and also for Ahmed bin Hamish, rather. With the white cap it spots here, You Know will get all favours from the inside draw and Connor Beasley to do the riding.
Right, it's best turned out time. Our thanks again to PHI Advertising. And the best turned out winner you can see in shot is horse number 8. Well done to the winning groom, which is Islam Ali. Islam takes home 500 dirham. That is being presented by Rashid Ali Isa from PHI Advertising. And our thanks to them for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award. Really was a best turned out horse as well. So well done to the winning groom. And he takes home the top prize. Well, a couple of runners for Wathnan Racing, run by Hamad Al Jahani this evening. And first up, this filly, I guess on what she did back in the UK, must have a pretty good chance. When was the decision to come out here and run on the dirt made?
I think after the first run in Campton, we decided to send him over to Dubai. It's a nice chance to have a nice filly in the first meeting for us. And hopefully she can do a nice result today.
Based on what she did last time, I know this is going to be a different tempo of race, but it looked as though she broke pretty well and she was able to get into a nice position, and she should be, I guess, a little bit straighter and sharper for that run.
To be honest, that's what we say to James. It's he needs to be more sharp with her to handle the pace here in Dubai. So we can see in 5 minutes what's our order like.
She's bred for this surface, as is David of Athens, who runs later on in the Dubai Creek Mile. What's your expectation with that horse?
David of Athens, that's first race with us, and he's a nice horse in US. We need to see how is he today, but I think he will be more forward after that race.
And we know that Wathnan are a growing team internationally. Are we, or should we expect to see even more runners with you and the team throughout the Carnival and through to World Cup night itself?
Yeah, that's the target. We try to cover most of the season here in Meydan, and we will have a nice number during the season here in Dubai.
Oh, it's great because it enriches the racing here. Great to have you. Good luck.
Thank you so much, sir.
So they're on their way down, and Star Mirage is the obvious place to start because she ran a really good race behind Dancing Flower on debut. That filly struggled a little bit up in grade, but she's rated in the mid-80s, and she was one of the standouts in the paddock, Star Mirage, and she's got the obvious pedigree for this surface. James Doyle knows how to ride, of course, on this surface. He's been out here well, and I think stall number 6 is pretty much ideal. You're not widest of the lot, but you're not tucked away on the inside just in case she misses it a beat. But she shouldn't, because she looked as though she had the option out the gates to be more forward, but obviously that was at Kempton last time, and I think he'll be pretty active with her out the gates to get on the speed, or just off it anyway, with Star Mirage. She is the likeliest winner on what she's achieved. We've got a newcomer in there in the form of Charid, who is again bred for this surface. Silvestre de Souza and Julio Lasquaga combining. The yard have had some horses run pretty well here so far this season. What do we know about her? The right sort of distance to start off with, but she's drawn in number 2, so she wouldn't want to be too slowly away. That would be the only possible concern for number 7. The other horse to touch on is that horse there, number 8, I think you know. That is a really nice looking daughter of Rock Your World. I thought she was an absolute standout in the paddock. She's best turned out, but she's got plenty about her. She looks strong, she's sizable, she is drawn 1, which is a worry because, you know, on a newcomer, if she is a step slowly away, she's going to hit kickback. So that's my one concern. But to be honest, if Star Mirage doesn't win, then this filly physically looks very capable of doing so. I thought she was really nice looking, and she's the mount of Connor Beasley for Ahmed Bin Hamash. They also send out Dialed to Dubai. Ray Dawson takes the ride, said he'd ask Connor about it. And she's a daughter of Dialed In. She's starting over the 1400. They all have Guineas aspirations, these horses, but there's a long way to go for that. And there are 3 in the race for Ahmed Bin Hamash. Also has She's Good in there, who's number 4. Sam Hitchcock is the one that takes a ride on this daughter of McLean's Music. Ahmed's had a 2-year-old winner already this season. They can come in groups, and if, you know, if one's going nicely, the rest can. She's got a little bit warm. She's one that would be just a slight negative anyway. It's not ideal, that. For all, it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. I think this is really interesting, particularly having seen them. Thought Star Mirage and Uno were a couple of standouts. The Star Mirage is on form, but I'm keen to see what Uno does out the gates. Pat Comerford.
Yeah, that is I. Thank you very much there, Tom. Yeah, look, I had Uno on top here. I thought one of the things I actually made note of out of the trial, and I must not have seen her too well. I thought that she had plenty of size still to put on. She certainly does, but she's a lot better than I expected from a physicality perspective, which should only aid her chances here. But gate 1, it is going to be costly if she is slow. So that is the big question mark, but we are not too far away from getting underway here, and Dialed to Dubai will be one of the last to be brought up. No, it will be the last. Star Mirage at a very short Dubai has just, well, she seems to be okay, but she did just, as we saw on the cameras there, go up, and she should have flipped over. And rider Ray Dawson seems to be okay, but I think we'll be hearing more about this because she did go right over and land on her back. So Ray Dawson's jumped back aboard. Okay, so the word is that we may be seeing Dialed to Dubai coming out. So just getting word through here on the radio. Okay, it's out. Dialed to Dubai is out. Stewards have determined that although maybe not serious, the flip over may have caused some harm, therefore not willing to let the horse run along here. Ready to go, and we go with our Dialed to Dubai racing. Away they go. Char Reed is sent forward in the early part. Star Mirage was broken cleanly to sit outside the leader in second. Third was Labois up in behind them. Uno gets the spot behind the leader here. One back on the fence, a length and three quarters back to Sarina Fierce, and out to the end is She's Good, and being ridden along here, Dialed to Dubai was a scratching at the gates. So inside the 1,000 metres they travel in race number 2, and Char Reed has done no work to find the top here. A length away in second, the short price international market elect in Star Mirage travels well. Uno's looking for a spot and away clear off the fence here as they clutter up. Labois to the outside, then came Serena Fierce, and She's Good's been on the back foot since day dot. It is Char Reed inside the 600 that leads. The margin now a half. Star Mirage continues on with it. Uno's got plenty to offer, just needs to find a way clear here. Labois was next. It's Char Reed the leader, looking for a way clear. Uno has been boxed back in by Doyle and Star Mirage. Char Reed in the meantime skipped away by a length and a half. Uno out now. It's echoing Union Security like 2 weeks ago. Uno comes up to the outside of Char Reed. Uno fast and fierce and tough. Uno coming away by half a length. This is a filly you want to follow. Uno comes away to win by 3/4. Char Reed second over Star Mirage, nothing to offer. It ran third, fourth over Labois. Then came Serena Fierce, and last home She's Good. Dialed to Dubai dropped away. She had to work for that. That was tough. Uno in race number 2, too sharp. Muscled her way out. Star Mirage held the line and had every right to throw her straight back in, but, well, Uno had enough momentum to work through. Star Mirage came out second best. Uno beats Char Reed. They've had a good tussle down to the line, but Uno, well, Union Security is the boy on the rise in the stable. Uno could be the girl doing just the same.
Well, she was an absolute standout in the paddock, and she has really muscled her way out. For a newcomer to do that at 1 is pretty impressive. You know, she had nowhere really to go because of where she was drawn, and the fact that the horse in front of her, who was Taj Reed, and the horse alongside her, Star Mirage, who was always going to be up there, just closed that door quite rightly. But Star Mirage couldn't keep that gap closed, and she's run out of puff a bit, and has gone on to master Taj Reed in the end. I think she's good. She'll sharpen up a lot for that. You know, she's had a hard race first up, but she'll have learned plenty at the same time. And Pat talked about Union Security, and now he's got who's another one to be pretty excited about for the yard, because I thought she did that really, really well. I think it's hard for horses on debut, fillies to show fight like that, to not duck away from a battle, but she didn't. She had the class to see her through there. Just look at how you can just see physically, like, she's got loads about her, and she could definitely make it up into a smart rising 3-year-old into the year, without a doubt. So I'll be interested to see how she's campaigned, where she goes next. Ahmed bin Hamash clearly got a smart couple of 2-year-olds on his hands. Star Mirage showed up well for a long way. You'd be disappointed with how she finished off, based upon the debut over 1400, where she finished off the race really well. And Charid had the run of things out in front. That was Labois, who couldn't quite lay up with him at this point. But I do think, if you ran it again 10 times, would be the one to come out on top. There's no hard luck stories or anything else. She's just too good for them. And just looking at Connor's body language as well will be interesting, whether or not he had to... Do you know what? He didn't really have to get serious, did he? He just, a few slaps down the neck, a few waves of the stick. But I say she's had a hard race. She probably hasn't had to do too much ultimately, but she had to just show a bit of fight to get out. Yeah, nice performance from
And the unofficial numbers in the Palm Jebel Ali Maiden Stakes: 8, 7, 5 and 3. 8, 7, 5 and 3. Tough win from 126.30. Margins won by 4.5.
So, smart performance from this daughter of Rock Your World. Another nice 2-year-old for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash in the colours of Mohammed Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi. What's her name? Well done to Connor Beasley. He's on a newcomer in the next as well. So we'll ask her about that for Ahmad, but clearly a nice bunch of 2-year-olds this year. And Connor, well done. She fit the bill physically, and she had to show a bit of fight there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she travelled well. I was the last one on the bridle, to be perfectly honest, and I thought James was dropping back a bit quicker than I anticipated, and there was a little gap there. And once she's seen a bit of daylight, she latched on underneath me. So listen, she's done it in a good manner. She hasn't had a hard race and learned plenty at the same time. So I think she's a filly. You know, we've had her in high regard from day one. So to get her under the lights and do the job is very encouraging.
Yeah, just looking late on it at your body language, it sort of looked on the face of it, because she had to barge her way out, and you know she's not won by far, as though it might have been a tough race. But actually, it seemed like you didn't have to ask very much of her once she got into daylight.
No, that's it. She'll have learned plenty there tonight, and I didn't have to pick my stick up on her. She's done it hands and heels. You know, I think with a flick behind the back of the saddle, she'll have stretched again. But you know, she's a filly that will look after and aim at some nice targets.
Ideal distance for her going forward?
Listen, I think she'll probably get 1600. It'll probably be a nice trip for her. Just she's a big filly, and once she strengthens properly and learns what she's doing, she'll be able to, you know, be in a comfort zone over the 1600, I feel.
What's the expectation with the colt in the next, Mr. Hero?
Yeah, he's finished second in the trial against this filly at Jebel Ali. Been doing everything nice at home. So yeah, listen, it's a deeper race with the colts, isn't it? But he's a nice horse, and he's ready to go for a run.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And correct weight is given in the Palm Jebel Ali Maiden Stakes over the 1400 metres. 8, 7, 5 and 3. Your numbers 8, 7, 5, 3. Winner's time 126.30. Margins 1 by 4.5. Your winner, you know.
Well, another smart 2-year-old, seemingly in the form of Yuno, who's taken out that Palm Jebel Ali fillies maiden. And to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage the Group Chief Financial Officer, Dubai Holdings, Mr. Sharjil Anwar. Once again, Mr. Anwar will be presenting just one trophy on this occasion to the winning connections of Yuno, collecting on behalf of the winning owner, Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al Sabusi. Please welcome to the stage, Rashid Malhouf.
And welcome back to the parade. Runners are out and about here for race number 3, the Palm Central Maiden Stakes. Number 1 is our first horse, one of 2 runners for Jamie Osborne, Brotherly Love. Safi Osborne, we welcome her back to Meydan tonight. She rides Brotherly Love here. The 1 start at Kempton, beaten 5.35 lengths by Siren Suit in a maiden race. Makes his dirt debut here in the UAE with that 1 all-weather start so far to date. 2 is another horse for the stable coming out of a Kempton maiden. That is Decalogue. Audrey De Vries will also ride for Jim and Claire Limited. And Jamie Osborne does the training here. Beaten 10 lengths by Title Roll, running 8th in its only maiden to date on the same night as Brotherly Love. That was the 8th of October. Another horse here new to the surface. Fair bit of Kempton form coming through this. Devon Island is the next one. This one here for Godolphin. Charlie Appleby. James Doyle will do the riding here. 3.5 lengths off Item, who, from all reports, a smart enough horse in his own right, running second on that occasion there. He has had a look around Meydan in a trial, has Devon Island, and he was not asked to do too much in that. The son of Practical Joke steps out here tonight for his first UAE run. 4 is Do's and Don'ts, the son of Speightstown for Salim bin Gadaya. Bernardo Pinheiro to do the riding. Has had the 1 run here that was coming out of that race behind Union Security, as do most of these colts who run in this tonight who have had a start locally. Needs to improve on what we saw. Was pretty far away from the winner. Almost could say the same here for Emirat, the son of Uncle Mo. Muzabek Kapushev does the riding here for Ali Al-Badwawi. This runner here has had the 1 start that was in that race behind Union Security, beaten 21.38 lengths. Wasn't competitive. Hopefully the rise in distance will aid Emirat's chances. Mr. Hyro was impressive enough at the trials. The runner for Ahmed bin Hamish, Abdullah Al-Mansouri, does the ownership. Connor Beasley looking for a race-to-race double along with the stable with this 2-year-old colt by Frosted. Naeem looks a logical hope in his second to Union Security, beaten 4.94 lengths last time to the races. Seemed to be coming to the end of his run, but fitness and more ground will see him a little bit more competitive here and a much more genuine race tempo as well. He's certainly a winning hope, the 2-year-old colt by Flatter. National History is the most experienced of our runners, having 2 race day starts, both of those at Kempton over 1,400 and 1,600 metres, where last start over the mile, he was half a length off Gavriel in a novice, running second on that occasion there. That was on the 27th of August. He's been freshened up, but certainly gets the trip. We'll see if he handles the surface. He wasn't asked to do too much in his only trial here to date. Omaha Front comes into the race as well. Suited and booted, My Future Champions Racing. Bupat Seema, another one for him. Andrew Slattery to ride, draws 7. Ordep, another one for Bupat Seema for Akuri Amar Zing team. Chantal Sutherland to ride the colt here by Essential Quality. We'll need all the luck from 10. State Glory comes out of the race behind Union Security. Ran fourth on that occasion behind Naeem, who he faces here tonight. A horse that showed good signs of a horse that will appreciate more distance as he gets further out in trip. William Pereira rides again for Masaba El Maheri and Abu Bakar Kadora.
Right, best turned out time, and it's gone to this horse number 3. That is Devon Island, who, on the back of the debut performance, that level of form makes him the one to beat, but it's not as simple as that, as we know. Devon Island being led around by Umed Singh, who is the best turned out winning groom. Well done to him. 650 dirham. 650 dirham. Thanks to PHI Advertising. Thanks to the young crowd we've got in helping present this award. All smiles, everyone. Well done. And well done to Umed Singh, who is receiving that award, presented on behalf of PHI Advertising by Rashid Ali Isa. Well, we've heard from Jamie Osborne already, and the parrots or the birds that he had in that feature we did. And here are Jim and Claire Bryce, aka Jim and Claire Limited. How are we both? You're back at Meydan because the bug bit you last year with the Heart of Honour, right?
Well, with Heart of Honour, how can it not bite you? So back for another crack at it.
And I guess a bit about the experience as well, right? So did you set out to go about it a similar sort of way, get some horses bred for the surface who can hopefully go some way to achieving what he did?
I think that's more a question for Jamie.
Well, we've heard too much from him. We're done with him.
I can explain a little bit more. Basically, he said, Heart of Honour did well, didn't it? Am I allowed to do it again? And stupidly, we said, all right, and we'll give it a go.
How can you say no? The trouble is there's a weight of expectation now. We're looking out for these colours going, what 2-year-olds have they got?
Yeah, well, they're getting around a bit, aren't they, to be fair? I think we're up to about 48 horses now. So, yeah, we put a head on the block. So
and that's across both codes. You like to mix it up?
Yeah, both codes, dirt, turf, and obviously national on the turf side as well. So doing a bit of everything.
Ranking what Heart of Honour did throughout last season and the despair, but also pride, I'm sure, of World Cup night. I mean, how does that compare to everything else you ever achieved?
It has to be said, so far in our horse racing life, that's got to be the pinnacle, I would say, yeah.
And who knows what he can go and do this year. I know that horse runs later on. Why don't we focus on these two here? I mean, do you sort of have any idea what to expect? Did you last year when Heart of Honour debuted out here?
Obviously, we knew we'd liked him. I mean, he wasn't a cheap horse, but he wasn't expensive, and that's probably because of his breeding, the stallion being relatively unknown. And I think, you know, we hit lucky. You know, we bought what the horse looked like, not its breeding, so to speak.
Do you like these two?
Well, Brotherly Love is actually Heart of Honour's half-brother, and has a similar sort of physique. It's going to need to sort of develop. It's going to probably run very green tonight. He's a bit of a juvenile, really. The Constitution, Decalogue, he's a bit lazy, so he's already had certain parts of his body removed. But you know, I think he could be a bit surprising either way. Yeah, he's going to come on from the race either way, but you know, nobody's going to know until he's on the racetrack.
Well, it's great to have you back, and I'm sure he's not worried that this is going to prove whether or not he knows exactly what he's doing or whether he just got lucky last year.
Or we're trying to wing it again.
We know the answer to that question already, yeah.
He knows what he's doing. Good luck. Thanks, guys. Yeah, good luck to the team. They really lit it up last year with Heart of Honour and having a horse campaigned out here. We're going to see him later, and we wish them all the best with Decalogue and Brotherly Love at half-2 Heart of Honour. Both had one go so far, following a similar sort of pattern, and we'll see how they get on here, those two horses. I mean, there's depth to this. You've got Devon Island, who's achieved a lot in that first run, in behind Item, who's a good horse who had Group 1 aspirations as a 2-year-old. Mr. Hero for a yard that are going well, who's trialled well behind the filly that's already won. So, you know, there's a few in here. National History is bred for this and has achieved a bit so far, although not quite the same amount as the stable companion. I'd respect State Glory as well, who's shaped well behind Union Security. So this won't be easy. I thought that of the two Osborne horses, I thought Brotherly Love looked a bit more of a now horse and was a bit more of a standout. I thought he and Devon Island did look particularly nice, and Naeem as well looked pretty strong. I thought this horse I think will go pretty well. I just have a question about him at the business end over a mile, whether or not he, based on what he did last time, will definitely see it out, but we'll see. We will see very shortly as the loading process is underway. A bit of depth to this potentially, the Colts contest over a mile, Pat.
Yeah, look, it is certainly a little bit more deep, I'd say, than what we saw there in the Fillies contest. The Fillies contest sort of labelled up maybe 3 or 4 main hopes, all of which ran very well. This one goes a little bit deeper than that, and we'll see how a few of these fare. Couple of unknowns, these two Godolphin runners. Great to see Godolphin back in the dirt ranks here at Meydan for this upcoming season. It's been 1,400 days, I was reading, since their last winner. Dubai Icon was their last winner on dirt. So it has been a while since we've seen the Royal Blues salute here on dirt. But it's always welcoming to see these wonderful colours, these synonymous colours with not only world racing, but obviously flying the flag for the UAE worldwide as well. National history comes up for Richard Mullen. Decalogue for Audrey de Vries is loading away, and the runners are set here. Ready to go, 1,600 ahead of them, racing. Away they go in the third event for the night. State Glory has jumped exceptionally well. Working up with do's and don'ts. Then came Omaha Front. Deep around Devon Island works into the contest. Naeem hunts up in behind the leading division as they come out of the chute and onto the course proper. Half a length back to Brotherly Love from Imirat, who's just to its inside. A length and wide is Mr. Hyro. Or Dep coursing deeper from 10. Couldn't get in from the gate. Then came Decalogue, and out to the end is National History. 1,100 metres left to go here, and the 2-year-old Colts work their way well down the back of the course. Do's and Don'ts takes over the lead here and leads a narrow margin to, in second position, State Glory, Omaha Front, and out wider was Devon Island. In behind, Naeem, ridden along with aggression to stay intact with the group. From Brotherly Love, a length back to Ordep, who's been 4 deep the trip. Then came up on the inside, Mr. Hyro from Decalogue. Imirat dropping back through the field. National History with a lot to do. It's State Glory who takes off and goes up and whips past to Do's and Don'ts. Omaha Front tracks into the race well, and Devon Island does the same. State Glory is the leader as they wheel the bend here in race number 3. Pereira tries to send him to the front here, but he's got company. Devon Island picking up out wider from Omaha Front. Brotherly Love. Devon Island's left them for dead here. 300 metres left to go. The margin now 3 or 4 lengths. He could be in a class of his own, this horse. He has gone well clear here. Half a dozen to Brotherly Love. Omaha Front, National History, and Naeem rattling home from the back. But he's in his own race here tonight, Devon Island, and he goes on to win incredibly well. 6 lengths on the line from Brotherly Love. National History. 2 Godolphin runners in the top 3. Naeem fourth over from State Glory. Then came Decalogue, a gap back to Omaha Front from Ordep. Next over Mr. Hyro, and the last couple home, Do's and Don'ts, along with Imirat. Devon Island. 1,400 day drought comes to an end, and Devon Island, he could be something special here. James Doyle has saluted here on Devon Island, the 2-year-old colt by Practical Joke. And that was something special. He is onwards and upwards to bigger and better things going off that. Stopping the clock at 1:39.91. We'll get that checked here officially. Screen says 1:41.32. Semaphore saying different. We'll get the official time through shortly.
Well, that was very nice, very smart. This horse, who's shaped well on debut and a good bit of form, has tracked wide throughout, but I think that was the best option. Kept him out the kickback, rode him like the best horse in the race, and he's put distance between himself and the rest. There are some in behind that have run really well, notably Brotherly Love, who did it a little back to front, and he was described by his trainer in an interview and the owner before as just a bit raw, and he was definitely that. But they'll be delighted, surely, with how he's run on for second. And back in third, National History, who's shaped very well. The last horse that was campaigned like this by Charlie Appy was Gold Town, who won a few races en route to finishing in behind Mendelssohn. No match for that horse in the UAE Derby, but he put up some good figures. And Charlie hasn't really done it since and campaigned a dirt horse a 3-year-old, well, 2 going to be 3-year-old in this sort of way. But you have to with this horse now. He was very impressive. This horse bred for the dirt, Devon Island, who's a son of Practical Joke. You know, there'll be a lot more to face. If he was drawn lower, he would have to face kickback in the future, because I don't think he's a gate to wire sort of horse. But he was, you know, a nice looking animal. He looks bred for the dirt. He runs like it. He is. You see how his knee action, he claws at that ground. And yeah, I think he's loved every bit of that, and he's extended away at what on paper looked a nice little race to win comfortably, Devon Island. So exciting times for Devon Island in this year, which is going to celebrate the 30th Dubai World Cup. It's a long way to go, I know, but you know, this horse you would hope be campaigned as a Derby horse off the back of that. When they win like that on first start out here, you can just hope they'll tick all the boxes there on after. So Devon Island, really exciting UAE debut. James Doyle, Charlie Appleby.
And the unofficial numbers in the Palm Central Maiden Stakes: 3, 1, 8 and 7. 3, 1, 8 and 7. Devon Island is your winner. The margin 5 by 2 1/4. Official time 1:39.91. Unofficial time 1:39.91. Disregard the board out in the centre of the course.
Well, a smart colt in the Godolphin Blue, son of Practical Joke, wins for James Doyle, Charlie Appleby. Please put your hands together for the winner of race number 3, Devon Island. Well done to James Doyle as the horse makes his way behind us. Devon Island has won really nicely under this man. Drawn, I guess, a little wide, but you seemingly kept the horse out of trouble. And I don't know whether you were expecting that finish or not, but that was really impressive.
Yeah, it was hard to know what to expect from him. Obviously, he did a good job on debut behind a decent horse of Andrew Balding's, and then he came here for a trial, and yeah, I had to watch the trial a few times to pick out which one he was. So, yeah, but it just
probably didn't fill you with loads of confidence, no. But you know, under the lights tonight, that was good.
No, Charlie and his team thought he'd definitely gone the right way for that, and it showed it tonight. He did well because obviously drawn wide. I was out the kickback, but obviously forfeiting lots of ground. But he felt a runner sort of around the 3 there come and breathe on his neck, and he jumped into the bridle, and I just thought we'll keep him on the move, and he got balanced up well in the straight and ran out a ready winner.
And out here, you obviously have to contest with a kickback, and then there's just whether or how they move on the surface. He's bred for it. Did he feel like a natural on it?
Yeah, he moves very well on the surface. Obviously, it's hard to say. He got plenty of sand in his face in his trial, so I'm sure that's not a problem. So I'm sure if he were to get a low draw and be in the kickback. I'm sure it won't phase him.
What did you make of the filly in the previous race?
A little bit disappointed. I'd hoped she could win, you know, for Hamad, his team, and Wathnan. It would have been nice to, you know, we've got a little small select team out here, so I was hoping she could do the business. But I think it's been a little time since her run at Kempton, and she did need it. As we know, this dirt surface, it can, if they're not 100% fitness-wise, it can expose that. And I think we saw that tonight. She was quite fresh and well in herself, a little bit silly in the gate, and she got tired in the finish. So she'll have her day.
Well done here, cheers.
Thanks.
And correct weight is given in the Palm Central Maiden Stakes. Correct weight 3, 1, 8 and 7. Correct weight. Winner's time 1:39.91. Margins 5 by 2 1/4. Correct weight. Your winner, Devon Island.
Yeah, smart performance then from Devon Island. Sizable son of Practical Joke to win the Palm Central Maiden Stakes. To make the presentation, we will once again welcome Sharjil Anwar, the Group Chief Financial Officer at Dubai Holdings. Mr. Anwar, thank you very much. He'll be presenting one trophy again. And he'll do that to the winning connections of Devon Island. Collecting on behalf of Team Godolphin, please welcome to the stage Sophie Chrétien. You know what time it is. It's time for Faces at the Races. What's it time for, Maid?
Faces at the Races.
Yes, very good. You got the job. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks. Actually, no, it's me back here. You can't have the job. Wait till Rishi Prasad's out. Who's going to win the third Faces at the Races tonight? All smiles. That's what we need. Goodness me, they're white teeth. You've got ready, haven't you? Don't cover them up. They are brilliant, as are they. Well done to you. Nice waving. Wave your baby. That always leaves you in with a good chance. But who's going to pick up the prize to head to Concourse 2 and win? It is always the baby, always the kid. You know what to do. Well done, sir. You have won Faces at the Races, and you can share the prize with your little lad.
Welcome back to the parade here for race number 4. This one, the Thunder Snow. We talk about dirt winners for Godolphin over the journey. Thunder Snow, one of the greats of recent times, a 2-time winner of the Dubai World Cup. This one, a handicap over the 85 to 105. So we've got a nice field assembled for this. 1,900 metres is the journey. This is our distance race for the evening. Number 1 is Flying Honours, the 5-year-old by See the Stars out of a Dubai mare, off the rating of 104 here for Ahmed bin Hamish and Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Hamad Al Nuaimi. Connor Beasley will ride this 3-time winner, who we haven't seen run since the Group 3 over 2,800 metres, and that was on Fashion Friday. Number 2, Crown Estate, a son of Dubai, Bernardo Pinheiro, Salam bin Gadaya, combined here with His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. 14 starts, 3 wins and 2 minor placings here. Last time out, beaten 30 lengths behind Imperial Emperor. That was the Group 2 on the 1st of March. He returns for a new campaign. Secret State ran basically all the way till the end of the season last year, where unfortunately he was a non-finisher in the 2,200 metre listed contest. He returns to the races here for the first time this season. The 6-year-old gelding by Dubai having his 11th start. El Yabri is a consistent performer, can put his best work in early in the season. Richard Mullen will ride this for Masaba El Meheri, who saddles up multiple runners, and he looks one of the main hopes in the race. A 3-time winner from 12 starts, and he returns to the races here as well. He'll be looking to hopefully make his impressions felt here back to a suitable surface. He certainly has done better work on the dirt. Five is a Go Soldier Go. First runner for the season for Fauzi Nas here at Meydan. Audrey de Vries jumps aboard for Victorious Forever. The 5-year-old gelding by Tapiture has its 18th career start here. Last time out to the races was on the 1st of March over 2,000 metres at Group 2 level. So another horse returning for a new campaign. Remorse also comes out of the Abu Dhabi race at the end of the season last year. Tygo Shea will do the riding here for Bupat Sema and Ali Haddad. A non-finisher in that final race returns here first up. Draws the ace. Shepparton Lodge was anything you could say was very, very impressive at face value from what we saw last time out to the races. Won by a significant margin, has been put up 13 points since then, and returns here with the fitness as well from that run. Looks the horse to beat on paper, and the best hope for Masaba El Meheri. 8 is Olza Khan. Patrick Dobbs rides for Doug Watson. This one here has had 18 runs for 6 wins and 8 minor placings. Before he came here to the UAE, he was boasting a significant record. He has come into racing here in the UAE and probably hasn't put his best foot forward yet. He's first up for a new campaign. We'll see if a season, for him being here for a season now, may see him go to a new level here, the son of Oxbow. 9 Silent Age, the 4-year-old gelding by Dubai. Silvestre de Souza rides for Doug Watson. He's a second runner in the race. This one for Syed Hashish. 5 wins from 15 starts. He makes his UAE debut. Number 10 is Book Review for Kaysel Basadi. He takes the ride with the lightweight here for Salam bin Gadaya. He was down the track behind Shepparton Lodge, but he has had a start and should be fitter for the run. Runners heading to the tunnel and out for the Thunder Snow. Race number 4 here on the card.
Right, time for the Best Turned Out Award for PHI Advertising. And the Best Turned Out has gone to number 6, Remorse, Summer Singh, the winning groom. Our thanks to PHI for supporting the award and giving 650 dirham to the winning groom. All the rage, this horse and groom combination. They both look fabulous together. And you can see this man, Summer Singh, beautifully turned out. And he gets the golden handshake as well from Rashid Ali Issa. Our thanks to PHI Advertising. So that is Shepperton Lodge. Shepperton Lodge, who was so impressive last time under William Perret, who takes the ride again. He's gone up 13 for that success, but it was very eye-catching. This horse making a seasonal reappearance out here, having had a few runs last year, has clearly stepped forward for that. Look at this. He was trapped away on the rail, he angled out, he made eye-catching progress, and then it was just comfortable as you like. Perret just sat nice and still, and then he got after the horse a little bit. But he's not had to use his stick, he's just pulled his hands through and said, off you go, gave him a squeeze, and it was so impressive. Now, sometimes it's hard to back up big efforts like that on the dirt. You wouldn't say he's had a hard race, but still, it can be tricky to back up. This is a better race, and he's gone up 13 pounds, but he couldn't have been more impressive. And I think it's difficult to see past him here, really, all being well. He comes out of 2, but he was drawn low last time where he made his way through the field up the inside. He clearly takes kickback. He's got to be the one to beat, son of Lope de Vega. Good old Go Soldier Go lines up here off 99, off the back of some good efforts last year. He doesn't win too often, he can be frustrating, he'll be staying on. And he wants a bit of a pace collapse, does Go Soldier Go, but he's just 5 and he's got a good bit of ability. And he wouldn't be out of this off 99. Last seen on Super Saturday in round 3 of the Al Maktoum Challenge, a race won by Imperial Emperor. Alabri was a little bit late down. They're this over 1900. You see the stalls right in front of the stands. They're into a turn pretty quick. So it's good to get a nice early position. This horse is drawn 9. But he loves it here. He's 1 over 2000. He's 1 over 1900 as well. Richard Mullen takes the ride. He was on board for the horse's last success. 1,000 metres when defeating Book Review. I think it's between he and Shepperton Lodge, to be honest. Both Musaba Almeri horses. Here's Crown Estate, who's a winner here over 1,600 metres. That came under Javier Gianni. Bernardo Pinheiro has been on board for the last 3 starts, and he's back on board today. He'll come out of stall number 10, this son of Dubawi. They'll look to make good use of him. And he's got his cheek pieces on. Remorse is the best turned out winner. We've had 2 best turned out winners so far tonight who've gone and won races. 2 from 3, and Remorse best turned out here. Come out of stall number 1, hasn't won for a little while. He was unseated last time. That was at the back end of last season. First start of the year. You feel like there's something a bit better treated than him in the field, to be honest. And horse number 1 is Flying Honours for Conor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash. Interesting horse for this yard. He is a bit more known as a stayer on the turf. Well, here he lines up, this son of See the Stars, formerly with Charlie Appleby. And he lines up over a good bit shorter on a different surface. We'll have to see how he gets on. He's doing a bit of tail swishing. He's got a little warm in behind. You can see there, Shepperton Lodge looks like he's got a little bit warm. Saeed Hashish lines up for... no, he doesn't. I'm not sure how Saeed would get on, but his horse lines up, Silent Age, out of stall number 8. He's a new recruit out here. Sylvester de Souza rides for Doug Watson, son of Dubawi, bred for the surface, being a Dubawi. And good luck to this recruit. He's got the Monty Roberts rug on, which will come off when he exits the stalls. So the loading process will start shortly. His Secret State lines up in the Nasser Asker colours. Also came out to that Abu Dhabi race with the unseats. Ray Dawson rides for Musaba Almeri. He's rated 100, this horse, and that's a good bit below where he's been in the past, but he had a bit of a break, and since then he's not come back in the same form. Loading process underway. Here's Pat.
Thank you, Tom. We've got about 3 or 4 loaded in, with the remainder to make their way up into line. And I definitely saw it in a race in 2 as well. Take your pick, 7 and 4, 4 and 7. Thought Musaba Almeri held the key to the race. Al Yabri has been a very consistent competitor for the last couple of seasons. He finds a nice race here, although drawn 9. And Shepperton Lodge, look, I think he's got rating points in hand, I'd say. He's going to be 3 back the fence, I'd say. He'll be up on the fence and chewing a bit of dirt early, but he did it last time. The luck just needs to come his way here at the 500-metre mark. So up they come. Secret State loads away. Crown Estate has joined the line, and Silent Age will be the last one to come up for Sylvester de Souza. The runners will be set here for the Thunder Snow, celebrating one of the great horses for Godolphin in recent times, a 2-time winner of the Dubai World Cup. Ready to go, 1,900 metres, set. Bit of movement inside with Shepperton Lodge, ready, racing. They all jumped as one. Go Soldier Go, half a stride slow, if any. Secret State was away quickly with Remorse, working up Book Review into a nice spot, ridden with aggression from Ulza Khan and hunting up the inside to potentially be one back the fence as Shepperton Lodge. Then came Silent Age, followed by El Yabri. Pace is good early here as they head out past the mile marker. Next in running back in the field was Flying Honours from Crown Estate, and Go Soldier Go would be 8 to 10 lengths detached from the rest of the field. They cannot keep this gallop up. Past the 1,400 they go. 3 wide is Book Review, and he's pouring the pace on. He leads the way narrowly from Secret State. Remorse has almost attempted to drop out of the speed battle here for Tygo Shea, but still holds the rail. 2.5 lengths back to Shepperton Lodge. Ulza Khan tracks up wider. Then came Flying Honours, Silent Age. El Yabri now forced to improve deeper as they pack up. Then came Crown Estate, and last of all, Go Soldier Go. 900 metres left to go here in the 4th event on the card. And Remorse now works through to a narrow lead as they come off the fence. Secret State, Book Review throws up the white flag, asked for more, and he's got nothing more to give. Crown Estate worked up into a nice position for Bernardo Pinheiro, sneaking up the fence. Flying Honours the same. Shepherd and Lodge has had a few tired ones fall into his lap here. Then came next him running Go Soldier Go from the back, and Olza Khan is last. It's Remorse who worked through. He didn't have to save all the ground here, O'Shea, as they fanned out around the turn, and he goes clear by a couple of lengths. Then came El Yabri, followed by Crown Estate, Flying Honours, Silent Age, and Shepherd and Lodge too far back to make impressions. Another big margin win coming your way here with Remorse. He is half a dozen clear of El Yabri. Then came up on the outside Flying Honours and Shepherd and Lodge, but Remorse has got enough in hand here, and a nice ride as well. Let the pace go, did O'Shea. He worked through the inside and he was too good late. Half a dozen beats home El Yabri in a photo from Flying Honours. Then came Shepherd and Lodge. He was costly there late with those tired horses landing, but still too far back on face value to win. Silent Age next over from Crown Estate. A gap to Olza Khan from Go Soldier Go. Book Review turned it on early and could not do anything on the back end. Secret State joined him at the back. Well, a nice performance here, and a big congratulations to Ali Haddad, Bupat Seema, Tiago O'Shea. They've combined with this runner. They've got him back from after being unseated in a fall last time out, and he was the horse who probably copped the full brunt of it. So for him to come back and obviously win with that much confidence, a big credit to the stable as well. They've got him flying Remorse, and yeah, nice performance there. Good fist bump there from Richie Mullen, who I'm sure will see just as much satisfaction with Remorse winning there as Tiago O'Shea and Connections being the rider who was on last start. Remorse, your winner.
Well, that was very taking from this 8-year-old who had dropped a little down the weights, but wasn't necessarily hinting at that. What you can say, it was an excellent move from Tiago O'Shea early on, who got the position out of one. He had to hold his position out of one, because you don't want to drop back on the rail, ideally. But then he did, once they'd sorted themselves out into a group of 3 up top, just take back and not go silly. They were going very hard early, but then he's had enough left in the tank to run out a pretty ready winner. There were some funny efforts from those in behind. Start with Shepperton Lodge. I think William Pereira has been a bit done by the fact that last time the horse just took him through the race wherever he wanted to go. And in a better grade, rated higher, he's not been able to do that. And therefore, he probably, in hindsight, had to be a bit more proactive. But equally, the horse, he didn't have the same horse underneath him. Maybe he has just gone backwards a touch after that big effort last time. He just didn't go through the race like he did 2 weeks ago. El Abri, I thought, looked a likely winner at one stage. The way he came around the outside of the field, he's had to make up ground, but this horse in front had far too much left. I didn't think that was easy to see. If anything was going to go and win like that, I might have thought it'd be something like Shepperton Lodge or El Yabri, but this horse has bolted up. We'll see what the handicapper does. He'll be up over 100 again, and he's won very, very comfortably under Tiago O'Shea for Bupat Seema and Ali Haddad out of one. A man that knows this track very well, and he's put all that experience to good use to react in the middle of the race, and he's won on Remorse.
Unofficial numbers in the Thunder Snow Handicap, sponsored by Nikhil. 6, 4, 1 and 7. 6, 4, 1 and 7. Remorse, your winner, stopping the clock at 2 minutes, 0.29. 2 minutes, 0.29 seconds. Margin, 6.5 by a head. 6, 4, 1 and 7. Your numbers, race 4.
So Tiger Shea's first winner of the night. We heard from him before racing. And he has won here on the Bupat Simar trained, Ali Haddad owned Remorse. Tiger Shea coming back, who was involved in the race that this horse was brought down, and great to see him back and in winning ways.
Yeah, look, he's a stable favourite. Trainer's wife Caroline rides him out every day, so I never even get to gallop him. She loves him, so credit to her. She said he was spot on. But he's a horse dear to me. You know, he gave me my first ever ride in a Dubai World Cup, gave me my first ever ride in a Saudi Cup. So the back class was there, but you know, with these old horses, confidence is a big thing, you know, so I was adamant from hole number one, make loads of use of him and just get him back being a racehorse again. He was involved in that horrible incident in the last meeting at Abu Dhabi when unfortunately my horse broke a leg and brought down 4 with him, and me and my old mucker Richie Mullen, we were lucky to be back riding. It was a horrible fall, and this lad was one of the chief sufferers. You know, so it's great to see these old horses come back, and you know, all credit to Bupat, Caroline and the team. And as I said, a lot of horses would never come back to fall. He got at Abu Dhabi, and I think he bleeding internally after that. So he's owned by a very patient man, and they brought him back to the hospital, and he spent a lot of time there. And you know, the decision was made only come back in training if everybody was happy. And you know, he's back like a 2-year-old again. He's bucking and kicking, and Caroline needs a bit of Velcro there most mornings to stay on. So I know, look, it's great. Listen, you like when all horses win, but this horse has been through the mill, and he's had the back class, and it's easy to be wise after the war, but you know, the form was there if you went back. But I'm not going to stand here now and say I thought he'd win. You know, I was hoping he'd show his old sparkle. As I said, you know, he got a horrible fall, and thankfully that's behind him.
And you look really happy for the owner as well, Ali Haddad, and I think you said it's been a while. That clearly that means a bit to you. You've won for him. You
know, I came out here in 2001, and I had one of my first winners for Mr. Haddad. He's been a great supporter of the game, and you know, he was brave enough to put his hand up and buy this horse after he ran in a Dubai World Cup for his previous owner. So it's good, great. He's got a good payday as well. He's a great servant.
Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And correct weight is given in race number 4. Correct weight in race number 4. Numbers across the line: 6, 4, 1 and 7. 6, 4, 1 and 7. Remorse, your winner. Correct weight, race 4.
Presentation time for the Thunder Snow Handicap, sponsored by Nakhil. Once again, to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Sharjil Anwar, the Group Chief Financial Officer of Dubai Holdings. Thank you, Mr. Anwar, once again presenting one trophy. And he is presenting that to the team going up and collecting the prize for Remorse's success. Please welcome the winning owner, Ali Haddad, accompanied by Shaila and Caroline Seemar.
They're all set. Gates are back. They're racing, and North America missed the start. North America missed the start, so that turns the race on its head, and West Coast broke away beautifully with Mubdahij. Thunder Snow is coming across. Furia Cressada, Pavel just off them. Talismanic. They were followed by Ganavira over on the inside of Wadi. Next of all is North America, and back towards the tail is Forever Unbridled, along with Ganavira. So they leave the straight, and Thunder Snow is going to come across and take the lead. Sitting second in the breeze is West Coast. Pavel trapped out a shade wide from Mubdahij. Between them is Talismanic. They were followed by Furia Cressada. Then North America, the outside, as they really slow up into the back. Wardi is next of all. Going up on the outside is Forever Unbridled, and falling Sueta Ganavira. 25.73, so not quick the first sectional. Down the back they go, and Christoph Simeon dictates the race with Thunder Snow. Up on the outside, West Coast to its bridle. Mubdahij, Pavel going around the outer, followed by Talismanic. Furia Cressada over on the leader's back. North America was next from Forever Unbridled. They're very compact here. Wardi was next of all, and a Gabueta Ganavira. Down the side they come in the Dubai World Cup of 2018, and Thunder Snow, the Derby winner from last year, shows the way. Wearing it like a glove is West Coast up on the outside. Pavel being ridden along. Mubdahij has enjoyed a lovely run, but comes off the bit. Furia Cressada, Talismanic around the outside. Forever Unbridled begins to run on. A gap to a Wardi. Into the straight they come, and Thunder Snow went for home. Simeon gave it some leather. Inside the final 300, Thunder Snow's out by 3-4 lengths over West Coast. Down the outside, Forever Unbridled, Mubdahij. Then Pavel's Thunder Snow, well clear in the Dubai World Cup. Thunder Snow, the Derby winner, is racing away. Trying to get there is West Coast, battling away, but a brilliant performance. Thunder Snow, a massive upset in the Dubai World Cup. Thunder Snow wins it by 5.
Saeed bin Saror has trained the winner of the 2018 Dubai World Cup, a horse who has history here, and he quite rightly has a phone call to take, because this is a very, very important win for him, and I'm sure he'll be telling whoever's the recipient of this call just how happy he is with that performance. He will be delighted with that. Things haven't gone to plan always for this horse, Saeed. We know what happened in the Kentucky Derby when you went out there, but that was perfect for him. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I mean, the horse is really brilliant. I mean, he's a Group 1 winner in the past, as in France, and he was 2 Euros and last year, and now he come back to win Group 1 again as World Cup. It's very good result and brilliant.
His Group 1 wins, they've come on the turf. It's been suggested he's a better horse on the turf than the dirt. Not now, Saeed. He's just as good on the dirt, if not better.
I think the jockey, he done a great job with him. I talked to him before the race. I know he drew number 10, but the jockey, what he done, nobody done it. As he know his job really well. He take him from the draw number 10, take away out the way, and keep him somewhere close and handy. Good position. He won well. Brilliant for the jockey.
Always confident throughout the race once he got on the front, Saeed?
Always he liked to be there, and that's very good for him.
Well done, Saeed.
Thank you, sir.
From a UAE Derby winner to a Dubai World Cup winner, it is Thunder, Snow, and Christophe Soumian aboard for a track record time. Christophe, when did you decide to go ahead and take this race over going into the first turn?
I don't know if it's Sheikh Mohammed's daughter or something. There was a little girl giving me the instruction, and she told me it's a small track, so if you go in front, you're gonna win it. And finally, 2 minutes after, Saeed told me, yeah, if you can, take the best start as possible, stay close from the pace, but I will never think I will be able to make the running with that draw. And he jumped quite well. And on the inside, I saw nobody try to challenge me. Then West Coast let me go, and when I arrived in the first corner, my horse just pointed his ears in front, have a good blow. The whole back straight, I was really cantering, and like I say, he's a very funny horse. He's very talented, but sometimes in his head, when he doesn't want to do something, he doesn't go. But when he wants, he's just amazing.
So once again, please put your hands together for the winners of the 2018 Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Team Godolphin, led by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back into the parade here for tonight's feature event. It is the listed Dubai Creek Mile for the thoroughbreds. Let's head to the parade for our first runner, who is the defending champion, Mestri. The 5-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro has only had the 2 runs since this race back on the 22nd of November last year. That was a win at Group 2 level, followed up by a 3rd placing there on Fashion Friday. That was in behind King Gold, running 8th on that occasion. Has got the form here as the previous listed Dubai Creek Mile winner. Comes into this, though, first up, as opposed to last season, where the horse did have a run leading up. A little change of tactics, but Silvestre de Souza jumps aboard, and Mestri looking fantastic in the yard to defend his crown. Number 2 is Karib, the 7-year-old entire by Speightstown for Abu Bakr Kadora, Masaba El Meheri, and Kieran Fallon. We welcome him to Meydan here for tonight's race. Off the rating of 104, Karib comes into this. We'll hopefully see him run a good race in this. He's done a fair bit more racing than Mestri. They were running together against each other, running 1st and 2nd in that Group 2 back on Festive Friday last season. But Karib draws a much handier gate here in gate number 1 for tonight's assignment first up. Number 4 is a Masmak. He is a new addition to the racing ranks here, coming out of a Group 1 at Aqueduct on the 5th of April. He's had as much time off as some of these other horses who were local, and he ran 3rd on that occasion to Phileas Fogg. He is a new addition to the Meydan dirt. He has got multiple dirt runs to his name. Slightly different surface at Aqueduct, but nevertheless, the 4-year-old son of Vino Rosso is a welcoming inclusion to the race. 5 is Mendelssohn Bay, one of the stalwarts here of racing for the last couple of seasons. He's off 104. He returns to the races here. He was 5th in the Godolphin Mile, ran out of his skin on World Cup night. He returns to the races here, draws a little sticky in 9. Number 7 is Oasis Boy, another horse returning to the races since World Cup night, running 12th in the Godolphin Mile. He was down the track on that occasion. He had a bit of a lull season last year. He's looking to bounce back after announcing himself 2 seasons ago as a big juvenile to follow. The 6-year-old now by Asiatic Boy steps out here for his first run for the campaign. 8 is a Desert Wisdom. Hopefully we see him running a nice race. He'll be looking for more ground as he gets out into his preparation. He's a 2-time winner from 20 starts, but he is one of our rank outsiders in the field. 9 is David of Athens, a 2-time winner on dirt in his career thus far, the 3-year-old colt by Nyquist. He carries 57 kilos here off the rating of 105 for Hamad Al Jahani and Wathnan Racing. This looks a test for him first up, and the surface is also a question mark. His first run here in the UAE on this style of dirt. Number 6 is Castle Warden. He's had the 2 runs here since making his way across from the USA. He was 3rd and 7th in his 2 runs to date. His last run came on the 1st of March this year over the mile. He was 7th on that occasion behind Fort Payne. He draws a good gate this time around. That should see him forward enough to potentially make the running, along with Mestri and a couple of other horses on speed. He is a big tactical player in this race here, and the stable are looking for a race-to-race double after a nice win in the previous. Final horse to make its way in will be the 3, Native Approach, the son of Sudan Hot for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish. And he will potentially be a late arrival to the parade here as the rest of the runners make their way towards the tunnel for tonight's feature, the listed Dubai Creek Mile for 500,000 dirham.
Mestri's trainer joins me at the feature race, Michael Costa. Great to have this horse back. It obviously, his season was curtailed last year.
Yeah, it was. He just he had a fair bit of racing. He was racing at a peak level and just pulled up a little bit tired at the back end of the season. But he's come back. Looks like he's improved from last season, from where he was at last year. He's got some bigger targets as the season goes on, but he's in a very good spot for his first up campaign.
Do all of his targets keep him at a mile or not necessarily?
We'll stick at a mile early on, and we never had the opportunity to stretch him last year, so we'll just we'll turn that corner when we get to it.
And he'd had a run coming into winning this last year, obviously different this time around. Where do you think he is?
Yeah, like all our horses, they improve after their first up run. He's fit enough to be here, but he'll continue to improve as the prep goes on.
And we might as well touch on Ramey in the next. A horse who looks like he'd have a pretty live chance on the pick of what he's done in a limited time so far.
Yeah, he's come back well. He chased down a very good horse in his first up run, but it looks like 7-8's probably going to suit him a little bit better. Pulled up well from the runs, got race fitness on his side. Did cop a little bit of a penalty from running second the other night, but he needs to step up to this sort of grade sooner or later.
How do you feel the team is? Obviously last year was fabulous for you. Have you strengthened again this year? Nice group of younger horses, etc.
Yeah, we've got a lot of good younger horses. We had some nice form horses come from the UK. I'd say our numbers will be slightly lower than last year, but I'd say the strength of the team is stronger.
Good stuff. Look forward to seeing a lot of them. Cheers, Mike.
Thank you. Cheers.
Great to hear from Michael Costa ahead of the race here with Mestri. Here is our final horse, a late arrival to the parade. That is Native Approach. The son of Tudan Hot comes in off the rating of 104, draws a middle alley. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combine. Our final horse to head to the tunnel will be out very shortly to the mile marker for tonight's feature.
This is the best turned out winner. That is Mendelssohn Bay, the best turned out award, supported by PHI Advertising. Once again, 650 dirham to the winning groom. That is Abdullah Rizwan. Well done to Abdullah. We asked our cameraman who he thought was best turned out. He also said horse number 5, Mendelssohn Bay. And that's a lovely flower there that will no doubt be put back. We don't just go around randomly killing flowers here at Meydan. Mendelssohn Bay, the winning horse, and that is the winning groom, Abdullah Rizwan. No flowers were harmed in the making of the Best Turned Out Award. All right, let's have a look at a couple of these. There's Carib alongside Mestri. Carib for Musabra Amheri and Mestri for Michael Costa. Starting point, obviously, for this horse, and interesting to hear that he might be stretched up in distance. That was muted last year, but his last start did come on Fashion Friday, where he ran below par. He came back not quite right in the race won by King Gold, and they then ended the season there for him. So look, he's 5 rising 6. And will hopefully have a good season. And Carib, the horse behind, is rated 4 pounds his inferior. He's getting half a kilo though. And this horse won over the 1600 at Jebel Ali. He had some good form last year behind Walk of Stars. And then on World Cup night, he was 8 lengths behind Raging Torrent in the mile, the Godolphin mile, which was a good effort. Probably a career best. But he lines up here off a pound lower anyway, 104 for this listed race. This is David of Athens. He's a 3-year-old in the field, the sole 3-year-old in the field. And His trainer suggested earlier on that he'll take a little step forward for it. We haven't seen anything of this horse over here. He's a son of Nyquist from the States, who won a couple of races over there. He's pretty sharp, although he did run over further last time where he was well beaten. But you can see why they're starting over this distance. And his speed will put into good stead over at this track. But equally, we'll have to see how he gets on. It's a new venture for him. We'll have a look at Castle Warden. Of course, he's a brother to Laurel River. This horse comes then with lofty expectation. He was disappointing last year, sure, over 14 and 1600 metres. He came with a slightly different profile, though. He was rated lower than his brother and hasn't achieved nearly as much. But, you know, first season over here last year, they can take a little while to adapt. You'd be hopeful that he could show a little bit more this time around. That's Castle Warden in the Juddmonte colours. Tygo Shea rides, and Mendelssohn Bay. Well, he found it a bit difficult last year, having been accurate as a 2-year-old, but he ran well last year. He was always rated around the 103, 104 mark. He's up to 104 now, so you know he's rated just £4 below Mestre, and he's getting a couple of kilos, so that puts him spot on for this. First go of the season, 230 days off the track, last seen in the Godolphin Mile, where he was just beaten 6.5 lengths under Richard Mullen. And we'll look at horse number 4, which is Masmak, as we build up to this 750 contest. Nearly on post time, and Masmak is a Vino Rosso colt who lines up for Salem Bin Gadaya, having been seen in the States winning over a little bit further. Looks a proper dirt horse, and he'll come out of stall number 5 under Bernardo Pinheiro. Again, he's got a bit of speed. They'll look to make early use of that, I would have thought. So there we are, loading process is underway ahead of our feature race, the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nakheel.
Thank you very much, Tom. We're about to get underway here very shortly for the Dubai Creek Mile. It is a great race. We've seen some great winners out of it in my limited time here. Mestre, a good winner last year. And 2 years before that, my first Dubai Creek Mile taken out by Alnafoot. He was a great stalwart for Bhupat Seema, and it was a great honourable winner of this race 2 years ago. Runners coming forward, Masmak. He's another new inclusion to the racing ranks here, and we'll see how he fares in his UAE dirt debut. Mendelssohn Bay, he's done it on this track plenty of times before, and he loads away. And we're set at the mile here for the Dubai Creek Mile. Away they go. In the Dubai Creek Mile, Mestre jumped cleanly. Mendelssohn Bay working across from the deep as well. Then came Karib, who's going to work up into a nice position for Kieran Fallon as they head out of the chute and onto the course proper. From Oasis Boy, deeper out on the course was David of Athens, who's wide without cover. Desert Wisdom even deeper. Native Approach got hemmed up wider. Rider taking hold here. He's been snicked back to last. Passed by Castle Warden, who's further back than the map anticipated. And Masmak, after the start, poor start, he's worked through somehow to 3rd position. Mestre takes over the lead in the Dubai Creek Mile as they head inside the 1,000 metres. The margin now 1.25 lengths to Mendelssohn Bay in 2nd. 3rd was Masmak, and 4th on the inside Karib, as the pace continues to be very genuine here. They're stretching out the leaders. Castle Warden now up to 5th as the field stretch right out. Oasis Boy next from Native Approach. Then came David of Athens, who's got 10 or 12 to pick up. Desert Wisdom the last one. Mestre's making this a real tough test. Mendelssohn Bay's up for the task. These two pair away by 6 lengths in the Dubai Creek Mile as they wheel the bend here. Masmak up to 3rd. Castle Warden still with 6 or 7 to pick up. Karib still back about 10 lengths off the leader. Mestre's been left here. Up in front, the suited and booted colours of Mendelssohn Bay coming up to by 6 lengths here in the Dubai Creek Mile. He's out clear by a good chunk from Mestre. Then came Castle Warden, who's running into it late. This could be a Bhupat Seema Quinella here in the race as Mendelssohn Bay comes away for a tough victory. Mendelssohn Bay picks up right where he left off. Photo finish for 2nd. Mestre end up holding on from Castle Warden in 3rd. 4th over across the line there was Masmak, a pass mark for him in his UAE debut. Next over was Karib, followed by David of Athens. Then came Native Approach, a gap back to Oasis Boy, and Desert Wisdom the last one. Mendelssohn Bay. He has been a stalwart from the moment he arrived here as a juvenile, and he has certainly paid his owners back and some. He has been a wonderful horse, certainly a horse that many would love to own for the Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate. Richard Mullen victorious here with Bhupat Seema on the son of Mendelssohn. Stopping the clock at 138.28, the margin unofficially 6.5 lengths.
Watching the closing stage with Bhupat Seema after a quick fire double. Well done. You said you'd had too many seconds, so that's just what the doctor ordered and some. What a performance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it was a great draw for him to be drawn outside. Sometimes he can be a little bit slow. Richard Mullen knows him really well. I mean, he has the class. You know, he's won the 2000 Guineas. He ran with horses like Forever Young. You know, today was his day, and he trained really well, and he's a different horse than last year. His coach just didn't come around last year, but this year he's shining, and he's a picture of health.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was the sort of difficulty of that. You know, he sort of hit the ground running, and then I don't want to say he struggled last year. He was consistent last year, but just came up a bit short.
Yeah, you know, last year we had to do the big move. You know, we moved stables, and you know, the horses weren't used to the routine. We weren't used to the routine, and people weren't used to the routine. So now we're here, we settled, and the horse is running well. I'm glad.
Suited and Booted Racing, I love that as well. They always get a big cheer, and it's a nice group of people that have been put together.
Yeah, like this horse, you know, I bought him in Maryland. We paid 80,000 for him. You know, he was their first horse. He won the Guineas for them. He's won a nice race here for them, so you know, hopefully many more to come.
And just touch on Remorse. That was an electric performance from the 8-year-old, rolling back the years.
Yeah, you know, Remorse has the back class. You know, he ran in 2 Dubai World Cups. He ran in the Saudi Cup. So, you know, he had a bad accident at the end of last year, and it completely knocked out his confidence. You know, Carolyn rides him, and she's done a great job. And you know, the groom who looks after him, the foreman, they've done a great job with him. And Andrew Slattery has ridden him last 2 weeks, so I'm glad the horse is back.
Well done on the double.
Thank you so much.
And the unofficial numbers for the Dubai Creek Mile: 5-1, 6 and 4. 5-1, 6 and 4. Mendelssohn Bay, your winner, 138.28. Margins 6 by a head. 5-1, 6 and 4. Race 5.
Welcome back into the winner's enclosure, the winner of the feature race, Dubai Creek Mile, with 300,000 dirham on offer. Been won by Richard Mullen, by Bhupat Seema, by Suited and Booted Racing with Mendelssohn Bay. So Richie Mullen, with success on the evening with this horse Mendelsohn Bay, he gets on well with. And he's bolted up as well. Well done, Richie. He's obviously a horse who, you know, he was a Guineas winner and last year he was consistent, but that seemed another step up.
Yeah, look, he's a bit older. Look, I only got him sort of mid-season last year. You know, Pat Cosgrave's done a lot of the work as he's younger. And he's, you know, like you say, he was a Guineas winner. And if anything, it was always going to be an uphill climb for him last year and a stiff task, because it's very hard for those 3-year-olds pitching up in these kind of races against the older horses. And when I got on him, I said to the owners last year that you kind of just have to bite the bullet and just run in these races just to harden them up. And it's a bit like the sprinters back home, you know, the 3-year-old sprinters, they find life difficult against them older ones, but, you know, it makes them, you know, it's the making of them, and that's certainly what's happened with him. Like today, he pinged the gates and travelled, and the one thing he always had in his locker is that he'd hit a flat spot and just kind of look a bit lethargic in his races, but not today. He jumped and travelled, and, you know, if anything, Mestry's a very good horse, and, you know, I was taking back of him and just trying to sort of fill him up going into the turn, and then off the turn sort of get away from him and try and soften him up a little bit, because I believe this horse will go further in time as well.
Further in distance off the back of this?
Further in distance. I always said to the lads last year that I think, you know, when we get him going 2 turns, it could well be the making of him. But I think, obviously, look, if it's not broke, you don't fix it. So I think the obvious plan would obviously, you know, Booper will sit down with the owners and discuss it. But I think Mactoon round 1. What's now the Mactoon Mile, I think it's changed.
It is, correct. Well, very good, yeah. And then you see whether you've got a World Cup horse on your hands. Seriously, I know it's a way to go, but that's how you find out.
It's a long way to go, but then you know, your obvious target after that, you either say, right, we're sticking to the mile and we go fire break, or, you know, you go to second, the middle leg, that, you know, the big money race. So I've finished second twice in it for Booper in the last 2 years, so maybe we go one better this year. But, you know, that's a race you go for and then see from there. And if it works, it works, and then you go perhaps, you know, round 3. If, you know, he's a horse that clearly runs well fresh, so, you know, you might just freshen him up after that and leave him to the big night. But their best laid plans were in November, and, you know, March is a long way off, but I know that the owners will be, they won't be sleeping with one eye open anyway. They've got a lot to look forward to.
They'll be delighted after that. Well, Richie, good stuff.
Thanks very much, thanks.
And correct weight is given in the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nikhil. 5, 1, 6 and 4. Correct weight, Mendelsohn Bay, your winner, 138.28. The margins, 6 by a head. Correct weight.
Mendelssohn Bay takes out the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nakheel. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Zubair Dagamia, the Chief Financial Officer, Dubai Holdings Real Estate. Mr. Dagamia presenting 3 awards. And we welcome first of all up a big happy group of people for Suited and Booted Racing. Please welcome Zaki Ebbs with the team at Suited and Booted. Well done to the team at Suited and Booted Racing. Really exciting horse they got on their hands for the year ahead. We'll see how high he can go. That's the winning team, winning owners. And we can now welcome up to the stage the winning trainer. Quickfire double on the night for Bhupat Seema. Well done to Bhupat and to our winning rider as well. Put your hands together for Richard Mullen. Well done to Richard, to Suited and Booted Racing, to Bhupat Seema as well. And our thanks to Zubair Dagamia, the Chief Financial Officer of Dubai Holdings Real Estate, for presenting the award for the Dubai Creek Mile, sponsored by Nakheel, won by Mendelssohn Bay. Right, it's time again for Faces at the Races. Who is going to win our cash prize tonight? Don't cover your mouth, we've got to see your teeth. You need to head to the rewards centre, Concourse 2, to get your prize, if it's you. But who's it going to be in the paddock garden? Nice wave. 5 out of 10 maybe. You got a smile. I mean, it could easily be you after that. I think it is it? Not you, sir. It is you! Lovely hat, lovely smile, all the heart signs. You have won Faces at the Races.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back into the parade ahead of race number 6 on the card. It's the Dubai Islands for 300,000 here, and it's an 85 to 105 coming up for you here, the penultimate race on the card. Let's head to our first horse, number 1, and that is Power Mode, who comes into this race for Bupat Seema, who's having a great night tonight. Kieran Fallon rides for Abu Bakr Kadora, off the rating of 103. Third last time out to the races, that was behind West Acre, over 1,000 on the turf. He steps out here on the dirt, so a bit of a question mark surrounding how he'll fare here, the 4-year-old gelding by Speightstown. He's a 3-time winner from 12 starts to date. All those wins have come on the turf. Kanjar is our next horse, the 6-year-old gelding by Kodiak for Masaba Al Maheri. He was third, beaten 3 lengths by Marban on, that was on Super Saturday, back on the 7th of March. He was able to run a solid race there at Group 3 level. He returns here, though, on the dirt. Last time over this track and trip, he was a winner at 75 to 95 company. Number 3 is Go Chrome Go. He was a nice trialist the other week at Meydan, the son of California Chrome for Stud Friends and Julio Olajuara. Francisco Leandro Goncalves to do the riding here. Last seen at the races at Jebel Ali. That was behind Al Tardik. He was down the track on that occasion. Speaking of Jebel Ali, here is the Jebel Ali runner, the 3-year-old gelding by Win Win Win, Ramey. Silvestre de Souza to ride for Michael Costa. Never missed the top 3 in his career to date. 2 wins, a second and a third, and was second, beaten 4.47 lengths behind Dark Saffron over a sprint trip last time out. The extra ground should suit, and he draws well to find a nice spot, get the suck run in behind the leaders. 5 is Echo Point, the 7-year-old gelding by Dabawi, Connor Beasley for Masaba El Maheri and Mr. Nasser Asker. 3 wins from 24 starts for the 7-year-old, and he draws a good gate here in gate number 2. He's in offer rating of 92. Number 7 is the 3-year-old filly, who usually likes to show plenty of speed, but punctured pretty badly there at the 300 or 400 metre mark last start. She'll be fitter for that, but comes up against tough opposition again here. Gets weight relief as a result. 53.5 kilos. Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Gadai combined with Arigato Gazai Masu. Number 8, Smart System, the 5-year-old son of the Factor for Ali Al Badwawi. Ray Dawson to ride. He's found a tough assignment here for his first up performance, but he'll be looking to hopefully come back and run a solid race here as he gets into easier racing later on. He was third, beaten 4.91 lengths at meeting number 1, and he'll continue to hopefully work his rating down. 86 currently. It is going to make him tough for him to be running competitive races amongst fields of this calibre. Looking for that 3rd win of his career here at start 13 tonight. Only horse we're left with is Deep Hope, number 6, and it looks like he may be a late arrival here to the parade, so we'll see and get a glimpse of him as he makes his way in very shortly. And last but not least, our final horse in Deep Hope, who makes his way here off the rating of 89. The 6-year-old gelding by Siuni is our final horse to have a look at here in this upcoming event. He draws gate number 1, stable having a very good night, and last time to the races he was second behind Strobe over a sprint trip. That's our runners. They head to the post for our penultimate event.
All right, time for the Best Turned Out Award, and we've got a whole crowd come to see this. That's how big the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Award is at Meydan, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Arigatu Gozimazu. By the way, the Best Turned Out winners have won 4 races tonight. 4, I've sold them short. There's our regular cameraman doing a great job, and there is the winning groom, and his name is Maprat Singh. Well done to Maprat Singh. He takes home the prize of 650 dirham, and I tell you what, this shot has never looked so still. He might have done Steadicams at all the Dubai World Cups, but he's going to be out of a job soon if this carries on. All right, we roll on to race number 6. There is Ramey, who I think is the most likely winner of the race, based on what he did a couple of weeks ago and what he did last year. He's just 3. It's been a pretty short career so far, but full of promise. And he's been pretty good over 1400. 1200 was just a bit sharp last time, and the race won by Dark Saffron, and he should take a nice step forward for that. It's a good race. I'm not sure it's the deepest and most competitive, and I'd be hopefully go on to better things off the back of this. That is Deep Hope for Tygo Shea and Bupat Sima. This horse was over 1200 when last seen, shaped as though a return to 1400 would suit, didn't get beaten far by Strobe on that occasion. And the 6-year-old held his form pretty well last year. He's competitive off 89, definitely, has been higher in the past. come out of stall number 1. So he won't want to be too far off it, that horse. I can see Kanjar going pretty well. Richard Mullen in search of a double. This horse likes it here, likes the course and distance. Last win came here under Jim Crowley on the 31st of January earlier on this year. Beat Straight and Level on that occasion before chasing home Marban and another in a Group 3 subsequently. So the form is there. It's just whether or not he needs this. But he has got okay first up before. And he was behind Imperial Emperor in December last year, which is a good bit of form. I think he's likely to be on the premises. He was my second selection, if you like, but Remay's on top. This is Smart System for Ray Dawson and Ali Al-Badwawi. Smart System comes out of stall number 7, back in distance from his reappearance effort 2 weeks ago, which he ran with credit. He also came out of the Strobe race. His last win came over 1,200, but he has won over 1,400. Probably just stretched the horse a little bit last time. But he's just 5, and there still could be a bit more to come. In particular, he's had a run, which should stand him in pretty good stead. I think it's been hard going out here. The times aren't all that quick. It's taken a bit of getting today. Not saying the pace hasn't held up, because it has. I think it's been quite a pace-responsive track tonight, although better being up there than way off it, but you tend to associate that with here. But yeah, I think it's has taken a bit of handling, the surface tonight, based upon some of those times. We've had some pretty comfortable winners as well. There's Echo Point. He's a son of Dubawi. He's 7 now. And he was last seen in that Group 3 won by Marban, finishing 5th. He finished a little bit behind Kanjar on that occasion, so he's got a bit of form to find with him. But he's pretty good across both surfaces. And I think this is his distance anyway. Echo Point. Just a bit more accurate on the turf, but he does handle the dirt. I think a starting point for him this season. Power Mode lines up for Abu Bakr Kadura, for Kieran Fallon. Great to have him out here this year. Had an excellent season in the UK to Kieran. He lines up for Bhupat Seymour. He's last seen in a sprint on the 1st of March, the race won by Westacre. And he switches to the dirt and to 1,400 as well. So it'll have to work for him. He's got a bit warm. He's not slow, this horse, son of Speightstown. Bred for the dirt. We'll see if he can handle 1,400. Alrighty, there they go, loading up. And that is Power Mode going forward. Penultimate race, Dubai Islands Handicap. Let's join Pat.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, runners coming forward here. We've got about 3 or 4 left to load here as we'll get set very shortly here for the penultimate event of the evening. There they go. I think they'll go pretty slick here for a 1,400 metres. There's a couple of speedsters in this. We're set to go here. Race number 6. Ready. And away. Echo Point anticipated the start. Couldn't have jumped any better. He's jumped 1.5 lengths clear of anything else. Smart System mustering now. Arigato Gozaimasu, the filly working through the inside as expected. 1.5 lengths back to Ramay in 4th. 1/2 length back to Kanjar from Go Chrome Go, Deep Hope. And out to last is Power Mode. So they make their way down the back of the course here in search of the 1,000 metre peg. Arigato Gozaimasu not waiting around here. Ramay up to second on her back. Out on the outside was Echo Point. 1/2 length to a length now back to Smart System, who's 3 wide without cover. Go Chrome Go improves the inside with Deep Hope. 1.5 lengths back to Kanjar. Power Mode last. Arigato Gozaimasu coming back to them now. 1/2 length in advance of Ramay, who's now starting to inject more tempo out deeper. Echo Point works with them. 1/2 length now, a length, probably 2 lengths back to Deep Hope as this field really splits into 2. Then came Smart System from Power Mode. Kanjar last. It's a 2-horse race here as they wheel the bend. Ramay the inside, and up on the outside, Echo Point trying to echo the sentiments of last year, where he was a nice winner, and he goes clear here by 2 lengths. Ramay can't respond here late. Inside the 250, it's Echo Point, 2 lengths to 3 lengths clear of Ramay. Running on, making ground in the late stages here is Smart System running out of his skin, but Echo Point coming away. Echo Point 4 lengths ahead of Ramay, who can't do any more. Echo Point comes away to win well. Echo Point 4.5 on the line, beats Ramay. Smart System's run a great race. He's got certainly fitter after that last start performance. performance. We'll be looking for him next start. Go Chrome Go, fourth over from Kanjar. Arigato gozaimasu got the stitch. Deep Hope was second to last, and Power Mode never made an impression. Echo Point, we saw him win at this meeting last year, and he's done it again. Great run, and just another one for Musab Al-Maheri, who was just fit and fitter than anything else, was able to do the harsh sectionals early in the race, and when Rame asked to throw a bit more into the race and take the race on, Echo Point just answered the call and continues on with it. We've had so many big margin winners tonight. Another 6-length plus winner with Echo Point. You'll get a few points for that, and Connor Beasley is able to pick up a double on the program. 125.3 winners time. Echo Point goes on to win in the 6th race.
Well, another wide margin winner, as Pat was saying, and it became clear turning in it was a 2-horse race. Ramai had done much of the work out up top. He looked to be in a good position, but sweeping around the outside was Echo Point. Another horse that's slightly older than some of them, 7, but clearly ready first up and has gone on to win really nicely here. Tends to show his best on the turf, but this is the horse's distance. And he's a Dubawi, so fine across both surfaces. And he's gone on to ping clear under Connor Beasley. Slingshotted pretty wide off the turn, but he was in a lovely position. Both of them tracked Arigato Gozaimasu, who took them along. She's faded again. Some of them were never really at it. The likes of Kanjar a little bit wide and too far off the speed, so too Power Mode. These two were in a really good position. Smart Systems, one that's run on with a little bit of credit, having been unpromisingly positioned. Entitled to take another step forward for that. I think this is more his distance anyway than the mile, but Echo Point rolling back the ears and has gone on to win really nicely. He's a horse that's rated lower on this surface and has taken advantage of that. Just 92 on the dirt compared to 103 on the turf. But you can see he's a Dubawi, still grabs at the ground well, and he's passed Ramai pretty comfortably. I still think there's a good future in this horse, Ramai. He's only 3, and this is his 2nd start of the season. More his trip. They have tried the 1200, but happy enough, I think, with 1400 here. He's just been beaten by a really well-treated horse who's gone on to win very comfortably. I don't know why we've had such wide margins here tonight. Some have found it really tough, and could just be a start of the season thing with some horses lacking for a bit of fitness in behind. But this horse wasn't. Echo Point wins here again.
The unofficial numbers here for race number 6, Echo Point, your winner, 5, 4, 8 and 3. 5, 4, 8 and 3, your numbers, 125.30. Unofficial margins, 5 3/4 by 5 lengths. They've stretched right out over the line in the Dubai Islands handicap, over 1,400 metres. 5, 4, 8 and 3.
Great performance from this 7-year-old son of Dubawi, ridden by Connor Beasley and ridden by Musab Al-Maheri, trained by Nasir Asker. Please welcome back in, and I have to do this for my friend Rishi Prasad. It's Echo Point! Echo Point then wins for Connor Beasley. Another one for him. Well done to Connor. And a pretty smart performance. Well, we'll let the horse go. Been a few wide margin winners tonight, and that was another one of them. I don't know what you were expecting coming into it. It seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah, no, it was very straightforward. Obviously, first time I've rode him, but I've watched him plenty, and he's normally doing this on the turf. But he jumped well, got in a lovely rhythm. They were going good fractions down the back, but the leader came back to me sort of halfway around the turn, and he was still travelling with him himself. So I was full of horse when I turned in, and put him under pressure and asked him the question, and he went about his job really well.
Looking at him, he's rated higher on the dirt, but then I suppose he's a Dubawi and he's off 90 odd. He just seems to have loved it out there.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, the great stallion, isn't he? So, and he goes on both. So yeah, he's obviously well handicapped on the dirt, and I think there was plenty more off the back of that.
Obviously nice for you to get on him, and a good night for you. Are you pretty comfortable with where you are out here and the opportunities you're getting?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I had obviously fantastic season last season, which will be hard enough to match, but at the same time we've got a good bunch of horses, got plenty of support of other trainers as well outside, so yeah, we'll keep kicking and try and get as many winners as we can, and as many big ones.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Dubai Islands handicap. 5, 4, 8 and 3. 5, 4, 8 and 3. Echo Point, your winner, 125.30. The margins, 5 3/4 by 5 lengths. Correct weight.
All right, it's time for our penultimate race presentation. As the music starts ramping up at Meydan, remember to stick around after racing, lots going on. This was the Dubai Islands Handicap. Our thanks again to Nikhil for supporting the races this evening. And this is going to be presented once again by Zubair Degamia, the Chief Financial Officer of Dubai Holdings Real Estate. Thank you, Mr. Degamia, for presenting these awards, and he's presenting to winning connections of Echo Point. And they are, please welcome the trainer Musab Al-Mehri and the winning owner Nasir Asker, assistant trainer Maria heading up with Gairi and Mohammed Abuja and Sama Kadura. Ladies and gentlemen, the grams have faded and we are in the saddling area as we see this horse, number 2, and that is Heart of Honour. Heart of Honour, who was fabulous last season. He's such a gorgeous horse. Son of Honour AP, picked up last year by his trainer for Jim and Claire Bryce, who then came out here and I wouldn't, you know, I was going to say he was dominant. He wasn't quite, but he was brilliant, and he very, very nearly won the UAE Derby, but for a nose, and he was unfortunate, really, because he was in front just before and after the line. But there we are. He could have a fabulous year now this year, as he's going to be a 4-year-old for his 4-year-old campaign. And whatever happens tonight, he's still going to be pitched into something like a Al Maktoum Challenge, and then the mile that'll be, or whether it's going to be round 2, and then into Saudi, and then Dubai World Cup night, all being well. But great to have him here, and he's been gelded as well, which might just help him a little bit more tractable. You can see with the headgear he's got on. He looks nice and chilled. I think he looks great, to be honest. And I wouldn't say he's like way off it fitness-wise either. Definitely, obviously, could tune up a bit. But I don't think he's a mile off. Who else have we got then? Nimble Boy is behind, that's number 3. Nimble Boy is rated 87, so he's £22 short of Heart of Honour's rating for Bhupat Seema. One of, has he now got 3 left in? I think he's got 3 left in, Bhupat. And also behind is number 7, Flammer Sunshine, another one for Bhupat, Andrew Slattery. And Flammer Sunshine, she hasn't been seen since running at Jebel Ali in the middle of March, 250 days off the track. She won at Jebel Ali, having shaped with a bit of promise earlier on in the season. Obviously, she's got a lot to find. Hopefully, she'll have a decent campaign. She's pitching in here, not expected to go and win, but this will be a good start to her campaign. Behind is New Gem, the other Bhupat runner. Reminder that Dubay and Grey Boss don't go. New Gem has had 1 go so far, and we didn't learn a huge amount about him. He's a 3-year-old, and difficult to see him featuring, to be honest. But here he is, nonetheless, completing the lineup of 6. We'll come back round to number 1, that is Galactic Star. Number 1 is a horse who's beaten Heart of Honour before. He was probably fortunate to do so on that day, what he was. That was over 1900. And again, I wouldn't say he looks a mile off. And just seeing where he comes around in front of us, 'cause I think fitness is going to be key here. Yeah, he wouldn't be. He's a little bit of a sort of rounder build, if you like. So I don't know how easy it would be to get him absolutely ready first up. But he had a really good year last year. He won over Jebel Ali over 1200, and then won here over 1900, and then was a little bit behind Heart of Honour in the big one and Dubai World Cup night. Look, he's not as good as that horse, but whether or not a mile here and, you know, maybe being closer to the pace because he breaks sharper, swings thing in his favour, we will see. Still think Heart of Honour is, he's the class act in the race and the one that they've all got to go and beat. But exciting that we've got these horses lining up here, and they'll all have, or the 2 of them certainly will have World Cup night aspirations. One we haven't seen is Damis, number 4. If we can spin forward to number 4. Damis is a son of Mendelssohn, who won a UAE Derby himself. Rated 87, this horse, and we haven't seen the horse since the middle of March at Jebel Ali. The race won by Urafid. Prior to that, had 1 on the turf. Look, it's really early days for this horse. For this 3-year-old, but hopefully he kicks on this season. He's got his eyes shield on, and he has a good year for connections. But in this company, he's got a lot to find with Heart of Honour and Galactic Star. And we'll see how he gets on. They'll be making their way out shortly. Really looking forward to this Nakhil Stakes conditions race with a bit of class in it.
And we head to the 7th and final event of the evening here, all brought to you by Nikhil. This is the Nikhil Stakes over the 1,600 metres for 210,000 dirham. Let's head into the parade and have a look at our runners contesting this conditions event. Our first horse is Galactic Star, the number 1 here, 4 starts for 2 wins and a 3rd placing. He comes in off the rating of a 99, the 3-year-old gelding here by Improbable. For Blue Blood Racing Syndicate, Kamlesh Matani and Dhruv Sani. For Bhupat Seema, who's looking for a 3rd winner on the card. He will be looking for further ground than 1,600 metres, but at the same time, he was good early in his campaign last season, and hopefully we expect him to run just as well here. Hopefully forward enough to make an impression. Here is Heart of Honour for Jamie Osborne. Safi Osborne reunites here with the 3-year-old son of Honour AP for Jim and Claire Limited. A fantastic campaigner out here last time out. He comes into this parade ring, though, a little bit different. Racing 2 stones lighter tonight as the 3-year-old gelding by Honour AP, freshly gelded and ready to go for a new campaign after a couple of runs in the US over the summer period. Number 3 is Nimble Boy, the 3-year-old gelding by Upstart for the Krasnokutsky Brothers Partnership. Bhupat Seema trains, Muzarbek Kapashev does the riding off the rating of 87. He has had the 2 wins and 3 minor placings from his 8 starts, and he draws a middle alley here for this upcoming race. Could potentially be a pace influence in the race. Number 4 is Darmis, the 3-year-old colt by Mendelssohn for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Michael Costa trains Silvestre de Souza to do the riding here. He's had the 1 win from 3 starts. That came at Abu Dhabi on the turf over 1,400 metres. He will certainly get a trip on his breeding and heads back onto the dirt here. He's making his dirt debut at Meydan. 5 and 6 are out. The 7 is Flamma Sunshine for Andrew Slattery and the In It for the Sun Syndicate. Bhupat Seema trains, 2 wins and a 2nd from 6 starts. A winner at Jebel Ali earlier this year at the back end of last season. There's not much of her, but if they do go very, very fast up in front, she could be the smoky outside of the 1 or 2 that could be making impressions late. 8 is New Gem. He's had the 1 run at Abu Dhabi and Meydan Company down the track on that occasion. They've switched over to dirt, but would need to improve on what we've seen in that 1 run to date. Runners are about to head out onto the course here for race number 7, our final race of the night, the Nikhil Stakes.
Best turned out time then, and it's gone to the filly, Flammer Sunshine. She's been adjudged best turned out here, ahead of our final race. Well done to the winning groom. Once again, presenting the award on behalf of PHI Advertising. Our thanks to Rashid Ali Issa. And he is presenting the award to the groom of Flammer Sunshine, who takes home 650 dirham. Huge congratulations to our winning groom. 650 dirham later, it's Shaitan Singh! Right, there's Heart of Honour making his way down. I'm going to just ask his trainer, we're not on camera, but I just thought I'd ask you, only because you were interesting me about his shape, having been gelded. Just tell me a bit more about that.
Well, look, when you geld a horse, you know, obviously the testosterone levels change, and that can promote a little bit of skeletal change, and obviously they kind of build muscle in a different way. So if you look at him now compared to how he was when he walked around this paddock before the UAE Derby, he's a sort of almost lengthier, a little more angular.
It looks like he's grown but not out.
No, he has grown. He's taller, and he's just not as bulky or as heavy. So, you know, they do change, hopefully for the better, but we'll see in a minute.
And I know you've marked out where he's likely to go after this. Is his temperament changed?
You'll have to ask Jimmy McCarthy that, who's standing here,
That's a great idea.
who rides him on a daily basis.
Has his temperament changed, Jimmy?
It did a bit to begin with. He was a little more edgy and stuff like that, but he sort of settled back into it here now pretty good.
Because was he always quite... He was quite straightforward, wasn't he? He wasn't the sharpest away, right? And then he'd warm into a race.
Yeah, that's kind of the way he was, but even though he was pretty straightforward, there's always just a little side to him too that every now and again he'd just catch you on the hop.
What's your gut feeling about this race, Jimmy?
Well, if he does what I think he's well capable of doing, hopefully he'll be hard to beat.
Good luck. Good luck to the whole team. Thanks very much. I know we've been annoying them a lot, but it's because they've got a nice horse on their hands who's got a live chance here, and we hope can have a really good season. Heart of Honour. He lines up under Safi Osborne, who's had one ride back since her injury. I think she's been out in Oz and now back in the saddle. Great to have her back riding at Meydan. And she's got a live chance here on Heart of Honour. All right. Galactic Star is the obvious challenge to Heart of Honour. Galactic Star, who has beaten Heart of Honour before. Tiger Say suggested he'll be in a similar sort of position, just chasing the lead. And then he's over a mile, he's won over further, but he's not short of speed. I thought, to be fair, they both looked, you know, pretty fit for their first start of the season. So, I wouldn't, there's not a huge difference, I didn't think, between either of them on that front. And you feel like over a mile, first start of the season, this would be this horse's time to finish ahead of Heart of Honour if he's going to. But equally, maybe he'll improve this year, this 3-year-old. But he was a good bit behind that horse on Dubai World Cup night in the UAE Derby. think it's a really interesting race as to how it's run as well. You know, the market principles aren't going to be leading necessarily. You think that's unlikely. So what can something come over and just try and dominate and take them off their feet and nick a bit of the race here? It's hard to see anything else winning, but I wonder if something can cause a surprise. I mean, I would have thought Grey Boss would be an obvious one to try and do that, but now doesn't line up. That's Dar Miss, son of Mendelssohn, who is having another go over a mile. Has raced over it before, though that was on turf, but he's bred for this surface. Sylvester de Souza takes the ride for Michael Costa. Flammer Sunshine is the best turned out winner. Flammer Sunshine, another one in the race for Bupat Simar, who's had a double so far tonight. She's got a lot to find, just rated 88. See how she goes here. We've got a little bit of time before this is off. So I might just see if I can be rude and interrupt Michael Costa and just ask about Dar Miss. Thanks ever so much. Why this race, and what's your expectation this season? I'm not saying that your horse isn't going to go and win this, but what do you know, it wouldn't look likely on the figures. What are your feelings about him kicking up?
There's no other races in the conditions book to kick him off in, so he ran well on the turf, but we wouldn't rule out the dirt with him yet, so we'll learn a little bit tonight. There's some nice handicap races in the coming weeks for him, so we'll just have a little bit of fact-finding mission tonight.
He's bred for the dirt, isn't he? Mendelssohn a Derby winner, or I don't know. I suppose I don't know how many he's had winning on this dirt surface. Anyway, do you feel like he'll go on it well?
He's handled it well in work, so he trialled well on it when he was a 2-year-old. So we'll give him the experience, and after this run, we'll make a decision whether he sticks to the turf or the dirt.
Pat was pointing out in our preview that this is a horse that's still entire. Is there any particular reason for that?
We made the decision to keep him. He's quite mentally stable. He's a horse which is very athletic as well, so showed enough on the turf that he had a fair bit of ability, and we didn't quite get to the bottom of him. So if he steps up, he could really be a nice horse in the making.
Been watching the cricket?
No, I haven't actually. What's going on?
Pat and I were talking about it a lot earlier on.
Up the Aussies.
Cheers, Michael. Good stuff. That is Dar Miss. I'd said it's a dangerous game to be playing, talking about the cricket this early on in the season. We're a day in. I've already annoyed Pat. Right, we're nearly 2 minutes to post. We've got 6 left in here. And that is the field. It's going to be really interesting, I think, really from the gates here. Keep your eye on stall number 3, what Heart of Honour does out the gates. Keep your eye on Galactic Star out of 6. They'll be looking to see where each other are. Every chance Heart of Honour sits off them and tries to round them. That is Nimble Boy. He's got a little bit warm, but this was the race I was sort of most looking forward to with regard, Pat, to what's lining up and how it's going to unfold from the gates as well. And will we get another wide margin winner? We've had a few of those.
That we have, haven't we, Tom? Thank you very much. I know you couldn't help yourself asking Michael about the cricket, but look, we are, as you said, only a day in. We're looking forward to seeing how this rest of this plays out. But look, as for this race and how it will play out, I think Heart of Honour has certainly got the race within his grasp. It just needs to unfold the way that it has. It's good to talk to Tygo Shea before the race. He was adamant that this horse in Galactic Star probably has the disadvantage here tonight, and maybe the reason that Galactic Star's been able to get the edge over Heart of Honour has been the big fields and the fact that he's had to come through all around quite a few horses here late in the race, and that's made it a little bit of a tougher task to reel in Galactic Star, who can usually get the drop on him. We'll see that. Will we see that here again? I'm not too sure. This race pans out quite a little bit differently on the map, but at the end of the day, the way that the races have been going tonight in regards to margins, who knows how this is going to pan out. Very, very tough, and probably one of the tougher races from a map perspective to decipher. This filly could be a little bit interesting as well. Flammer Sunshine, I'm not discounting her chances in this race completely. Dar Miss about to come forward. For Silvestre de Souza, here is Heart of Honour. First up, last seen in the Belmont Stakes. Here is Nimble Boy and a New Gem, and they'll be second last and last for the Nikhil Stakes, our conditions race over the mile to finish up the night. Ready to race, set, and away. Heart of Honour dwelt a little bit. Darmiss heads back early. Good pace from Flammer Sunshine. New Gem as expected. Could have been the dark horse to lead and goes up and takes the bull by the horns. Leads by 2.5 to Flammer Sunshine. A length and a half to Galactic Star in third as they settle down. A similar margin to Nimble Boy. Half a length to Heart of Honour, who's kept wide. Darmiss, plenty of room to work through the inside and improve as they all stay off the fence. New Gem, though, has found the top here and rides the rail, making every post a winner. 2.5 lengths at the 1100 metre mark, out by a nice margin to Flammer Sunshine. Pace is genuine enough. Galactic Star third. Fourth is Darmiss up on the inside from Heart of Honour as they pack up here and make their way to the top turn. Nimble Boy is flushed out 4 deep. As they make their way into a tight clump past the 800 metres, they're starting to swing for home here, and it's New Gem half a length in advance of Flammer Sunshine, who's close enough to make an impression. Galactic Star 3 deep in third from Darmiss up on the inside. Heart of Honour just dwelt a little bit, found a little bit of a flat spot, but starts to work through now. Nimble Boy already under a ride as Flammer Sunshine hits the lead here, wheeling for bend in the Nikhil Stakes, out by half a length. The stablemate in pursuit, Galactic Star. Here comes Heart of Honour finding plenty. Heart of Honour coming up to the outside of Flammer Sunshine, who's got a challenge on her hands. Heart of Honour finding a lot here past the 200 metre mark. Galactic Star trying very, very hard, but Heart of Honour, it is Heart of Honour, new and improved. Heart of Honour kicks right back where he left off here at Meydan. Half a dozen lengths on the line. Another big margin winner to wrap up the night. Second over, Galactic Star. Third across was Nimble Boy in a photo finish with Flammer Sunshine. A gap back to Darmiss, and after leading them up in the early stages, New Gem dropped away to run last. Oh, like clockwork, right back here and just providing us excellence once again here, Heart of Honour. And I think he's certainly bound for bigger and better things here once again this campaign. Showing signs of a horse much more switched on and showing all the positive signs of a horse post-gelding procedure. He has rattled home. I said 6 lengths on the line. I think it's a little bit more. 7.5 potentially. It's at least 7+. Galactic Star was game in defeat, couldn't do any more. Flammer Sunshine has held on for third there over Nimble Boy, but a nice performance by Heart of Honour. And I'll take a bow, Safi Osborne. She rode the horse to perfection, didn't rush him, and he has gone on to win that very, very easily.
Well, I'm here with Heart of Honour's connections. Isn't racing just like terrifying at the same time as being utterly brilliant?
Yeah, he doesn't make life easy for us, does he? You know, his style. He was a bit rusty. Look, he was slow away, slower than ideal. He was trapped a bit deep early. She made the right decision to just come in and track Galactic Star. Just here, you kind of felt that there was still a lot of petrol left, and thankfully that's what happened. So it was a great way to start his UAE season.
There was a bit going into the turn where you might have thought, oh, is it slipping? And then coming out of the turn, he was in a perfect position, travelling again, and that I thought you knew it was game over.
He's he's frightened us many times in races, hasn't he? You know, you look at so many look at the UAE Derby. You know, he looked like he would finish 6th at one point, and he gets beaten an inch. That's his style. There's an element of laziness to him, but he conserves his energy, and over this trip, when they've gone a nice even gallop like that, he's always going to finish off well.
So the next one is Al Maktoum, not the mile, the challenge. No, where's he going now?
No, he'll go to the Entizar in 3 weeks' time. 4 weeks.
Okay.
Is it 4, Jim?
Jim will know.
December the 19th, somewhere.
Yeah,
good.
He'll go to the listed Entizar. He'll be unpenalised in that because he still has never won anything other than a maiden and a conditions race.
Great planning.
Thank you.
I just want to say to you guys, well done. And I know that means a huge amount to you, Jim and Claire. Well done.
Yeah, it's just such a relief. You kind of know he's got the class to do it in theory, but there's no gimmies on these racetracks. So, yeah. Phew.
You're in for another exciting season, I think.
I hope so, yes. And yeah, Probably Love was very good early as well, so, you know, hopefully one or two of the 2-year-olds will have a bit of success as well. So.
Well done, guys. Delighted for you.
Thanks.
Unofficial numbers in the Nikhil Stakes, 2, 1, 7 and 3. 2, 1, 7, 3, Heart of Honour the winner. 139.14, margin 7 1/4 by 3 1/4 lengths. Another horse, another big margin win tonight here at Meydan to wrap up the card. 2, 1, 7, 3, race 7.
Well done to the Bryces, to the Osbornes, and to the whole team with this horse. It was won at the track again. Put your hands together for the Nikhil Condition Stakes winner, Heart of Honour. Sappy Osborne, back riding, back in the winner's enclosure here. Well done. Delighted for you and the team. Well, did it go to plan?
Yeah, we always knew this trip would be a little bit on the short side for him, but it was just about trying to get him into the best rhythm possible and yeah, just make sure he has a nice start to the season. He's obviously a very special horse to all of us, and delighted for him to get his head in front. And he's had some pretty tough defeats out here at the end of last year, and I'm kind of hoping he'll grow in confidence off the back of that.
What did you make of him out the gates?
He's still not great, but I think first run of the season, he was quite on his toes, going down to post, and hopefully that's something that we can try and figure out. Obviously, it's been a massive work in progress with him, that part of it, and I hope that with more maturity that he's going to learn to get a bit better at it.
What was nice was as he went into the turn, and I wondered if they were just going to get away. All of a sudden, coming out the turn, you were in a lovely position, and it just became clear you were going to slingshot and go and win the race.
Yeah, I had a bit of pressure throughout the race to try and slot it onto the rail at points, but was always keen to have Tig in my sights. And over this trip, the one thing he was always going to need is a bit of space to let him get rolling. I think if I'd been pinned down on the rail and it had turned into a bit of a dash, then I might have just got caught on the back foot. So yeah, I wanted to give him every opportunity to have a good start to the season, and obviously I only came back riding yesterday, so I've had 3 months on the sidelines. So yeah, delighted to. Yeah, nice to have the first winner back at Meydan.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, great. I think we'll both probably come on for the run a little bit, but no, both horses have run super races this evening, and as a jockey, these are the nights you want to be riding at, and I've had this target to come back for in my sights for a while, and to be honest, 2 weeks ago it wasn't looking that likely. So yeah, to get back here for tonight is really special, and hopefully it can be a fruitful winter out here and for Dad's team.
Glad it all went to plan. Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in the last here in the Nikhil Stakes, 2:17.3. 2:17.3 correct weight. Winner's time 1:39.14. Margin 7 1/4 by 3 1/4 lengths. Correct weight. Your winner, Heart of Honour.
All right, time for the presentation as the music starts ramping up. Please welcome to the stage once again to make the presentation, Zubair Dagamia, the Chief Financial Officer at Dubai Holdings Real Estate. Our thanks once again to him for presenting 3 awards tonight, and he's presenting this award to the winning connections of the Nikhil Stakes Conditions Race, won by Heart of Honour. Please welcome to the stage Jim and Claire Bryce. Right, it's time for the final faces at the races. Who's going to win just by smiling? Simple as that. And then we'll let you know who it is. You head to the reward centre, you collect your prize. Make it a magic night for one of you. Hold those children aloft. Swing them around, smile, and you could win. Our fourth and final winner tonight of Faces at the Races is you, sir. You can get a third pair of glasses with your winnings. Why have two when you can have three? Well done to you, sir. You have won Faces at the Races. Loads of nice performances tonight, I think, from some younger horses and from Heart of Honour as well, who's kicked off the campaign ideally, I think. What did you make of that, Pat, first of all?
Look, he's done everything I think they were expecting to happen. It was a messy race for a 6-horse field. They certainly, riders at different times, worked to try and make it a little bit more difficult for him. To his credit, and to Saffie Osborne's credit, she kept the horse wide, she kept him out of trouble. I wonder, I think he probably still would have won, but I wonder if he was in the spot that Silvestre de Souza was in on Dar Miss, tucked away in behind them with New Gem falling into his lap and a few things going on, whether or not the race would have panned out as it was. But look, the margin was 7.5 lengths. He's done it very well, but the racing pattern does leave him vulnerable as he gets up over higher rated horses racing for more prize money. this track isn't going to suit him, and that's going to make him and leave him a little bit exposed in some of these bigger races. So he's going to need a bit of luck to come his way. But as you mentioned as well, we just spoke about off air, I think Riyadh would be a great track for him. I think it's a get back and come on track sort of track. I think a Saudi feature could be on the cards for him.
It depends. If Forever Young line's up there, then probably not. But if Senor Buscador can win a Saudi Cup, so can that horse.
For sure.
But just it's got to ride, it's got to develop like that. But we'll see. There's sovereignty and horses like that who might come here for a World Cup, and it's the 30th anniversary, so they might all come over. But that's a good start. Really
it certainly is. Certainly is.
Take you back to the 2-year-olds. First of all, great shout from you, and I thought she was pretty impressive. She had to be physical.
Yeah, look, on face value, I as I said before the race, I was actually quite shocked when she came out under the lights here in the parade ring. I didn't actually make her out to be as much of a physical presence as she was when she was at the trials.
She looked a monster.
Yeah, you get a race saddle on, and you get her obviously all looking well for the races. She was very impressive, and she looked the part too. So, and the fact that James Dorr, he had the line, he had every right to sort of shove back in and not let out. But I think Star Mirage was a tiring horse, and made it her line. She was very good.
I don't think she loved the surface. I don't think she moves like a natural dirt horse for me, Star Mirage, whereas his ride Devon Island in the Colts race really did, and really
100%.
enjoyed that. And there was a horse called Gold Mount who Charlie Appy campaigned like this, and they might have a few more to come out of the woodwork, I hear, as well. But that was a pretty good start for a trainer who doesn't necessarily go down this route, but when they do, I think it's worth sitting up and taking notice of.
Yeah, very exciting. I mean, some nice horses stepping out. I think there was a couple of beaten runs that were worthwhile taking note of. But yeah, looking forward to how it all pans out in the next few weeks as we see these horses head into future starts. But Devon Island certainly exceeded my expectations for him. He's a horse that genuinely relished the surface tonight.
Remorse was good in the Thunder Snow, and the winner of the opener did it again, whose name I've completely forgotten in our Group 2 for the Purebred Arabians, Mubid. He could. No reason why he can't develop into a live candidate for a Kahela Classic. He was third last year.
Yep. Look, it all comes down to luck in running the Kahela Classic. Mubid is certainly a horse that I think if he keeps up the way that he's going now, he's going to go into it a live chance. He just needs a good gait and needs the runs to come his way. He's definitely a horse that just oozes Kahela Classic. So he's up to his neck in it this year.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks.
What do we got? The Algarud Sprint?
Yeah, the Algarud Sprint, which will be a nice little sprint feature to continue on the Carnival. Some nice horses lining up there, and we can continue on well into the season. We're well and truly back at Meydan now.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, Pat. Hope you who have joined us tonight have enjoyed all the coverage. How's that for a good night of racing? See you soon.